beställde offentligt verk. De gav mig 30 000 för att utveckla ett konstverk på. Och jag kollar ju alltid de här statens offentliga utredningar, för det är bra på något sätt att ha någon slags facit att gå efter. Hur ser vi på människor och så. Och på 40-talet då så var ambitionen att skapa en demokratisk människotyp. Här 96 så är det då 4 typer som man har identifierat. Och det är liksom den aktiva medborgaren, det är ju idealet då. Då är man kunnig, trygg och medveten och allt detta som en aktiv medborgare klarar av. Sen kommer den vanmäktige medborgaren då. Han kan orientera sig i sitt grannskap och artikulera missnöje och frustration. Kanske är de flesta högkarringsbor där. Kanske. Nej, jag vet inte, men det är... Ni ser den här den passiva medborgaren då. Och sist då den utanförstående medborgaren. Totalt ointresse eller oförmögenhet att orientera sig i den egna geografin. Uppvisar knappt intresse att artikulera något missnöje. Här finns den stora gruppen av nyfattiga och delar av etniska grupper. Upplevelse av meningslöshet. Och det är ju den gruppen då som alla säger sig vändat sig till. Alltså oavsett om man sysslar med utförsäljning av allmännyttan eller någonting sånt, så är det den här problemgruppen då som ska jobbas upp till första nivån, liksom den aktiva medborgaren. Problemet är liksom det här som Nilsson var inne på också, att man kollar ju inte, stämmer det här? Uppnår vi de resultaten med det här vi säger oss vilja göra? Liksom det är likadant inom konstvärlden. Liksom. Man kollar inte upp det riktigt. Och det är ju väldigt få i den fjärde gruppen som köper sina lägenheter. Och istället så blir det ju en väldigt splittrad stad. Man genomför egentligen motsatsen till vad man säger sig vilja göra. Så att då tänkte jag ut ett litet konstverk. Och det gjorde jag utifrån en plats som Byhälsvägen då. Och anledningen till att jag valde den här platsen, för det är också ett arbetssätt som kan vara intressant alltså när det gäller konst. Att man har en frågeställning och så försöker man landa den på en plats där den kan få näring eller göra avtryck, där man kan få en diskussion. Det är en metod, alltså kontextuell konst. Och Byhälsvägen, där har jag en kollega och vän, Johan Terén, som bor och hade då insikt i just den här ombildningsprocessen som de var inne i. Alltså att 8 000 kronor kvadratmetern skulle de betala. Alltså det är under halva priset på den här fantastiska slänten. Det är sydvästläge, Nackareservatet i ryggen, utsikt in mot stan, 20 minuter med tunnelbana. Bagis är fantastiskt. Alltså det är otroligt att det är så lågt värderat, om man säger så. Men den här ombildningen misslyckades. Och jag följde ju den här debatten via lappar i trappuppgångarna, liksom så här, hur argumentationen gick. Och det man kan konstatera liksom, det är att som i de flesta fall, oavsett om man lyckas eller misslyckas med de här ombildningarna, så pajar man det sociala inom ett område. Man har 2 fiendeläger som tycker mindre bra om varandra. I det här fallet så finns det till och med hyresgäster som har velat stämma den lokala hyresgästföreningen på 1,5 miljon kronor, för det är vad den skulle ha tjänat på att köpa sin lägenhet. Alltså det är helt... Det man säger sig vilja åstadkomma med de här ombildningarna, det får absurda konsekvenser. Och då istället så ska man försöka, precis som Nilsson är inne på, titta på vad är problemet med detta. Man har då ett gaturum som är 40 meter brett. Och det är ju, om man läser på så tycker man att det är fantastiskt. Det här är ju den ultimata kärlekshandlingen från samhället. Skaftplanering från 68. I det här samhället ska ingen behöva dö i trafiken. Man ska gå under vägen. Och det är många av hyresgästerna som har förstått det. Men samtidigt så är det detta som återkommer som ett slags stigma, att det ser ut precis som ett miljonprogramsområde. Och därför så kallar folk det för gettot. Det är ett otroligt litet fint insmuget område. Stora arkitektoniska kvaliteter, det är klassat av Stadsmuseet och så vidare. Och vad kan man då göra i ett sånt här rum? På 40-talet så kallar man parkerna för demokratiska vardagsrum. Då hade man den visionen att man skulle träffas där. En sydvästsluttning någon gång i augusti, vad gör man då? Liksom, går man ut på vägen? Eller kan man liksom tänka sig att nu har man då sänkt den här hastigheten till 30 kilometer. Det är ju liksom bara att lägga gräs på. Så har du en hel... Och du kan dessutom i den här... Jag vet att många, de här nedersta lägenheterna, de är i 2 våningar. många av de hyresgästerna har velat ut en dörr, liksom, som att man ska bara kunna gå ut. Det har de fört fram som önskemål. Det går ju inte, förvaltaren. Stockholmshem är en väldigt bra hus, alltså den bästa i stan, ska jag säga. Men liksom, det går ju inte att man gör så som hyresgäst. Trots att det är 30 år sedan Stockholmshem införde VLU. Att man fick välja sina tapeter själv, eller man fick välja vad man gör i lägenheten själv. Men man skulle beakta hela boendemiljön. Och då var det här idén som jag fick, det var liksom att återstarta Småstugebyrån, som är en institution som Stockholms stad startade på 20-talet. Det är ju ett annat koncept, det är liksom före allmännyttan. Så det gjorde jag till Marabouparken då, för de här pengarna som de avsatte. Och då egentligen så, det är en hemsida kan man säga. Nu ska jag se om jag klarar det. Och där man kan välja olika val. Men i princip då, jag snor ju en befintlig institution, som idag heter den Småa. Staden har sålt den liksom till, och de har också kontaktat mig. I början så var de väldigt irriterade att jag hade snott deras namn, tyckte de, men de har ju övergett det själva. Så, och egentligen så det jag gör här, man kan då hitta olika argument för vad Småstugebyrån har för sig. Och egentligen så är det ju att hyresgästen ska få en institution att vända sig till. Men så här ser historiken ut. Och det där med historia, där håller jag inte med Nilsson att alltså alla bilder tycker jag är viktiga. Även de som är helt överdrivna. För de existerar, de påverkar oss. Liksom alla fördomar, allting sånt ska in i bilden när vi jobbar med den. Men den här historien, den kollektiva historien i detta, det är en högre idé egentligen för 20-talet. Den här rektorn Hedström, han var högerpolitiker. Och idén, det var egentligen bara en liten förstorad kolonistuga som då arbetarna, det är ju egna hemsrörelsen. Det bygger egentligen på att man ska få arbetarna att vilja satsa på samhället genom ett litet ägande. Och 20 000 hus har det blivit i Stockholm, vilket har skapat ett ganska stort kollektivt minne. Precis som tvättstugan i Hökärgen har ett kollektivt minne av 5 000 ungar som liksom flyttade in där från början. Så har Småstugebyrån då 20 000 kåkar och sen som familj på det. Liksom det är flera 100 000 som har blivit påverkade av det här, som vet någonting om vad självbyggeri och Småstugebyrån är för någonting sådär. Och det enda jag hittar på egentligen, det är att skriva om slutet. Så att längst ner då så står det att idag när de statliga bostadslånen är avskaffade, ett enkelt radhus kostar 3 miljoner. Alltså att vi bygger egentligen på befintlig struktur. Och att vi måste motivera vår verksamhet. Vi kan liksom inte bygga på obrutet mark längre, utan vi måste gå in på den befintliga strukturen. Och då erbjuder vi våra tjänster att hyresgästen kan kontakta om man har önskemål om att bygga ut sin bostad. På samma sätt alltså att man kan tänka sig en enklare modul som då, precis som vi var inne på senare, att man behöver inte så stora faciliteter den, för vatten och avlopp och sånt är redan löst i de här det är ju hög kvalitet på husen så att säga. Och den diskussionen är det som man startar med så att säga. Och på Byälvsvägen, alltså vårt arbete, för mitt arbete som konstnär i detta, det är ju att vad jag kan göra inom konstinstitutionerna, det är att när jag blir inbjuden till Moderna utställningen med Småstugebyrån, då fixar jag ett samråd på Moderna museet där Stockholmshem är med, där Hyresgästföreningen är med. Liksom det blir verkligen en top-down-process. Erik, Spridd, alla är med liksom så här, med sin sakkunskap som experter. Och i detta så kan man då upprätta ett samtalsrum där man pratar om en sak som egentligen inte har, alltså man sitter ju med armarna i kors. Man vill inte. Alltså det blir så otroligt bökigt om du skulle låta hyresgästerna få inflytande över detta också. Men rent formellt, alltså, vem som helst kan söka bygglov. Vem som helst kan kasta ur sig idéer på detta sätt och vilja liksom, tänka kring de här frågorna. Och jag tror det är enormt viktigt att man faktiskt, om man säger sig vilja då gynna någon slags demokratisk princip, eller att folk ska känna sig delaktiga, att de inte ska känna sig passiviserade eller så, så gäller det också att släppa lite på vad det är man kräver att ha full kontroll över. Så att när det gäller byhälsvägen så jag har inga färdiga formförslag. Alltså jag kan tycka att man kan utnyttja det här rummet till exempel, bygga någonting i den bilden. Men det är hyresgästen som avgör om det ska ske eller inte. Alltså den här processen, det måste vara en diskussion och det ska komma inifrån. Och på så sätt så blir det också, om någon hyresgäst skulle bygga någonting så är det alltså ett fysiskt avtryck, en manifestation som är viktig att göra. Därför att det visar på någonting som motsäger den bilden att miljonprogrammet skulle vara då den passiva människans iskalla boning. Så, jag kanske ska... Är det färdigt eller... Jag har ett par. Ja, men då så. Nej. Men en av frågor, jag brukar vara otydlig. Där, nu kan jag backa. Så ser byhälsvägen ut. Och all den expertis som man kopplar in, jag kan säga så att så jobbar vi inom stadsdelsrådet i Hökarängen också. Alltså bara det att det finns ett stadsdelsråd gör att man kan samla kompetens, man kan tänka över tid. Och vår arbetsmetod, det är att allt missnöje, all kritik som man får in ska man försöka omvandla till perfekt. Så folk, ofta blir ju en kritik kan vara liksom att det kommer att dimpa ner ett kvartersblock utanför deras hus. Alltså det är ett intrång på något sätt. Och då känner man så här en aversion mot promenadstaden som har formulerats från staden för att bygga ut stenstaden och göra detta. Fint, men då gör vi tänker nytt kring detta. Alltså, förorten den är ju definierad som en motsats till innerstaden. Vi måste bygga ut från våra egna förutsättningar. Alltså så gör vi ett projekt kring cykelstaden. Inte ett rum på 5 km i timmen utan ett rum på 20 km. Så har vi alla de fördelar som promenadstaden säger sig vilja uppnå med kontakter och allting sånt. Och det här har ju många beskrivit då som en stadsplanering underifrån. Alltså att man faktiskt samlar in vad är det som folk berörs av, som de är irriterade på eller något sånt. Och sen så gör man ett perfekt av det. Och då behöver man just koppla upp sig på forskare, på annan expertis. De behöver möta någonting som man har tänkt länge på, det ska man samlas precis på samma sätt som Spred har samlat det här projektet. Att man möts i sina expertområden, breddar tänkandet. Det tycker jag liksom är positivt när man jobbar som konstnär, att man faktiskt kan koppla upp sig, för att annars blir det lätt ett väldigt ensamt jobb. Ja, är det färdigt nu då? Så. Ja. Jag är helt förbluffad. Jag brukar inte... Ja.
Så där. Inför nästa föreläsning ska vi stanna kvar vid Byälvsvägen i Bagarmossen. Och Meike Schalk som är biträdande lektor vid arkitekturskolan på KTH ska med hjälp av sina studenter berätta hur man med så kallad mapping upptäcker och ringar in det speciella i den till synes repetitiva miljonprogramstrukturen. Så, jag lämnar över till dig här, Meike.
Du kan faktiskt hålla den för mig, för jag måste ju också... Ja, hej. Hej. Vi kommer göra en presentation på engelska. So, hi everyone, and this is a presentation of the Critical Studies Design Studio from KDH. And the speakers today include, beside myself, Anja, Sara, Anna, Antonio, Cesar, Ines, Jenny och Vida. What we are going to show is a research project in progress. So it's not a finished project, but it's work we started 4 weeks ago on Byälvsvägen. And the subject of our presentation is the practice of mapping. I would like to start with a quote by the architect Doina Petrescu, which I think can help us to understand our approach better. How to make this common visible, how to map these traces. The traces contain information, but how to reveal it, to communicate it in another way than by controlling, by imposing, by knowing beforehand, how to map unknowing. What lines do we need for this mapping? What lines are those that map the indeterminate relationships between subjects and spaces? What kind of place is revealed through these lines? What kind of knowledge? So the purpose of this project is an inquiry into architects' production of knowledge for creating projects and spaces. What privileges one kind of information over another? For example, seemingly objective data over personal experience. A further objective is the exploration into different modes of representation besides conventional plans through which we can communicate our intentions. And further, by mapping situations, we already transform them. The site for our project is the 1950s Stockholm suburb of Bagarmossen and the 1960s-70s Miljonprogrammet, Boende. The studio's concern is with the practice of mapping as a form of projective spatial research, and mapping is not a mimetic but a creative act. It reconceptualizes and retraces places and spaces. The studio's obsession counts the particularity and peculiarity of scenes set in the assumingly unspectacular environment of Stockholm's suburb of Bagarmossen, or Bagis as it is called in the local jargon. Through microscopic observations and adaptive interventions, we collect specific knowledge through building a participatory engagement with sites, contexts, and actors. We unearth a history of use and misuse. The application of activist and feminist practices brings out social knowledge which complements analytical and generalized instruments in urban design and architecture with personal, subjective, and narrative accounts. And the strategies we have been using include taking care, hacking and unlocking, claiming space and negotiating borders, footprinting, following strangers, storytelling, designing for youth.
Me and Sarah have been looking at Bagarmossen, the whole of Bagarmossen, I just wanted to say first. Our mapping is a visualization of more or less hidden female social activities and practices. We want the stories we collect to create another kind of map of Bagarmossen, one where different voices of women together form a heterogeneous patchwork of stories. We are interested in spatial and social practices of handicraft and modes of caring.
Our starting point is the traditional female gathering around the practice of handicraft, handiwork, and bodily practices primarily concerned with the hand, and their importance in the creation of a sense of community. The reason for our focus on female practices is our interest in handicraft gatherings as social and political forums for learning, exchange ideas, and support. Since these practices traditionally have been referred to private homes, they are historically not been visible in the public sphere. So today we will show 3 of the groups, associations, and small enterprises that we have visited.
Some of the questions that we ask ourselves are: who cares for Bagarmossen? Who else, besides the municipality and state, takes care of the social needs of the inhabitants? What do you do if you have unfulfilled needs and dreams of activities? Are there exchanges of services in the area? What goes on in the numerous cellars and basements that exist in the older parts of Bagarmossen? And what can we learn from them?
Combined with the concept of taking care, the attention on handwork leads us into new and old forms of practice, female practices. The hand is always present in actions of caring. In Swedish, ta hand om means to take care of, and the hand symbolizing a careful approach.
Our first example, Hantverkstan, is a weaving association that has 11 weaving looms in a basement space. 11 women come here to weave and socialize regularly.
Caring as a method has directed our interest towards other forms of female practice, such as the home care service for elderly, and the caretakers' movements between the public outdoor space and the most trusted private homes is quite invisible. However, Kim Trogel claims caretaking exists as an urban category. There's the quote. In nursing or parenting, the caretaker is looking after by nourishing, stimulating, healing, loving, teaching, and so on. So what does the urban caretaker do when looking after the public space?
Another example is Skäggiga damen, which means the bearded lady. And it's a feminist cooperative tattoo studio located in a basement close to the subway, where 5 female tattooers work.
Rhythm Works is also located in a basement and is a combined shop, education space, workshop and office focused on African drums.
The focus on less visible forms of social interactions is also closely connected to alternative economies, exchanges of services and non-commercial activities. The drumming teacher exchanges services with a local Ethiopian restaurant.
And now we're going to show some short film clips from the film material that we have produced so far. And first comes a reenactment from an interview with a home caretaker, and then a series of clips from the people we met, the weaving group, the drummer and one of the tattoo artists.
Det är det som jag uppskattar mest när man har tid att sitta och prata om deras liv. När man har tid att mötas.
Sen så började hon ta med sig sin var det brorsa eller något, någon släkting, en kille. Men skulle det inte vara bara för kvinnor, frågade jag henne. Ja, men han är så snäll, sa hon. Och sen så började det komma med killar också. Då öppnade jag upp det för alla sen. Så nu har jag på tisdagarna drop-in trumkurs. Alla.
My name is Anna, and my project is Hack and Unlock Bagus. This project intends to employ hacking methods as a means to instigate spatial projects relating to spreading and freeing information. It intends to affect community members and mobilize reconsiderations and reconfigurations of thoughts of public space. My starting point was to ask people to draw a map for me. A key precedent for this study is birch bark maps depicting the journey of a migrating indigenous community in early 19th century Canada. What is striking in this map is its material and narrative quality. The map is as much a story and a memory about migration and traveling as it is a device for navigation. Interpretation and projecting are both present in this artifact of a community's history. This project asks the questions, how can maps possess collective voices, knowledge, and experiences? Who is entitled to decide which information is given on the maps and which is omitted? And further, how do maps influence our use of public space? The maps I received from people in Bagamousin, I interpreted and named according to their visual characteristics, the face figuratively map the handbag. I then grouped them in a taxonomy of qualities and suggestions: journey routes, board games, treasure hunts, favorite places, and kits of parts. We can see maps as systematic devices for navigating space. But if we see maps as an anonymous and strange system for controlling our movements, then subjective map making becomes an empowering activity. What I mean by hacking is the development and use of what I call sneaky research methods and design proposals meant to expand our horizons, using systems in ways they were not originally intended, as a means to free information. I engage tactics such as hijacking, unlocking, suburban exploration, mapping, staging an event, uncovering mysterious landscapes and local knowledge, and the offering of unusual public services for public spaces. For the conclusion of our studio project on March 30th, I have found and will attempt to hack and unlock a venue at Bagarmossen's main square.
How a place is intended to be used and perceived by the planners and decision makers is often very different from how the users perceive and use the place. The way property owners and municipality categorizes where you live is often very different from your personal feelings of belonging to a place. In this project, I want to find out how the people who live in and around the area of Bagarmossen define territories and the borders of Bagarmossen. I want to know what they consider to be part of the place they belong to and what they see as exterior to it and why. The method I use for gathering my data is through interviews on site with people I randomly encounter on my walks along the edge of Bagarmossen, that edge being roughly the official borders. This map contains a particularly disputed area containing a forest near the border to Skarpnäck. The nearby football field is, however, unanimously felt to belong to Bagarmossen. This next section shows the border to Nacka, which presents a very different situation, since no one other than the residents of Bagarmossen live close to it. Some feel that since they have to cross part of the forest to get to the lake, that it belongs to Bagarmossen. Some react more to the name of the forest, which is Nackareservatet, and therefore allotted to Nacka. In general, when talking about their surroundings, people are more in touch with feelings than with their reasons. Through this exercise, I expect to learn what causes people to feel they've left a place and entered a new one, beyond the typical landmarks such as walls and roads.
When the area was first built in the 1950s, it received some international recognition because of the consistent separation of pedestrian and road traffic, leading to plenty of walking paths. The houses were also built to fit with the natural conditions. The courtyard constructed along with the houses in the 50s are well designed with pines, shrubs, trees, and lawns. I was first amazed by the number of playgrounds in Bagarmossen. Who uses it, how often, and how? I then started to think that maybe the best way to represent Bagarmossen would be to focus on children's behavior in public spaces. I asked myself, what if we all thought like children? What if we acted like them? I wanted to reveal the suburb from a different point of view and show it from another perspective that usually remains unseen. That's why I started a list of what was here that I discovered as playful, the catalogue of fun, so that anyone who came here could know where to play. My derive was then a way of discovering the suburb without any prejudices, any enclosing or restraining opinions. Walking the street, following paths of random people who don't realize being active participants of this nice concoction that Baggies can be. And experiencing the public space with all my senses, hearing, tasting, smelling, touching and seeing. Any point of attention can be a potential, a story, a trace to follow. The idea through my catalogue of fun and this derive is to collect what I call footprints, traces and potentials, and to leave new foot tracks. The intention of the future catalogue and those interventions, those unexpected events, is to make people aware of their surroundings and multiply the possibilities of exchange and of dialogue. I want to shake people's habits, make them understand that their environment is a place where many more things could occur, and make them ask the question, how can we reinvent our daily life? How can we see things completely differently, do things no one could have thought possible in the public space?
Please follow me. At 2:45, after 1 minute walk, I'm getting there. A woman is playing with her kid. There is a slide. I see no one else. I hear my footsteps. This tunnel is dirty. I see buildings. I think I can see people walking. I have to catch them. 2:48. She walks fast. Talking on the phone, the conversation takes time. A young guy passes her. They look at each other. Maybe they know each other. They keep the distance. They don't stop. She arrives to her destination. She rings. She doesn't have the key. At 2:59, there is someone coming from the west side. Why doesn't he ride the bike? A man with a stroller was behind me. I didn't hear it. He's walking in the middle of the sidewalk. They will have to change directions. They slow down. The man with the bike looks at the baby. The father stares at him. They don't stop walking. At 3:01, I can see a kid on a street below Bjälsvägen. He is alone. He looks at me. Maybe because of my camera, it's on his direction. I go down. There was a slope. He crossed the tunnel. Another one. He's jumping. He notices me again. And he's throwing me snowballs. I hide. He hides. I see him going into a ground floor apartment. He opens the fence. At 3:19, another old man pops out. A car slows down. Maybe he will pick him up. No, he crosses the street, direction south. I lose his track. I got distracted. A woman and a kid holding hands. They both have a backpack. She also holds a Nika plastic bag, and it looks heavy. The old man I lost is back. I still can't follow the couple. He is between us. He holds a Nika plastic bag too. They seem to walk to the center. At 3:23, the family disappears. They accelerated. We pass more and more people. The old man takes shortcuts. He's approaching the center. His position hasn't changed. He enters to the center of Bagarmossen. He gets into the ICA supermarket, and I stop following.
Okay. When we started this project, I had very little knowledge of Bagarmossen. I might have had a vague idea that it was a suburb somewhere south of the center of Stockholm. I could, of course, understand some of it with my previous knowledge of Swedish planning and architectural history. And of course, I started to do research, but it all seemed kind of general. So I asked myself, why didn't I know anything about Bagarmossen? I have lived in Stockholm for a year, and all I've been doing is moving inwards towards the center. I now live in Aspudden, a southern suburb, very close to here actually, but I soon have to move out, so I'm looking for a new place to live in the inner city, and so does almost everyone else I know. It's also somehow symptomatic that the public transport system, well, the subway anyway, is very centralized. So what does this say about what types of lives lived or lifestyles are the most valued? Anyway, once I started to think and talk about Bagarmossen, I actually found several links between myself and Bagarmossen. For instance, just before we went on the first site visit, I for the first time paid attention to a bus that leaves from just outside my living room window. I have lived in this apartment for 6 months, and I've never quite known where that bus goes to. I have somehow known that it doesn't go to anywhere I want to go to. It doesn't go to the inner city. So anyway, I looked out my window and I saw the bus stopping below, and I noticed the end station marked on the front of the bus, and it said Bagarmossen. So how do you get to a place? How do you arrive there? To make Bagarmossen appear and become real to me, I have been using the concept of imagination. I decided to use storytelling as a method, and I am working with the idea that imagining different qualities for Bagarmossen could actually be a transformative act in itself, making Bagarmossen acquire those qualities. As Bell Hooks states, what we cannot imagine cannot come into being. We need imagination to illuminate those spaces not covered by data, facts, and proven information. So I took the bus number 161. It runs between two suburbs, Aspudden and Bagarmossen. And this bus isn't at all interested in the inner city of Stockholm. It goes sideways across the centralized subway lines. It simply takes people to their destinations in their daily lives. And I began to think that moving in this bus could actually be a way to produce space between Aspudden and Bagarmossen. And I am now working with the concept of busscapes as a paraphrase to Francesco Carreri's walkscapes. This busscape then became an audio track that you can listen to while riding the bus, sharing this experience with other bus riders. The audio track is an imaginative storytelling of moving between Aspudden and Bagarmossen. The buscapes then produces a notion of what these spaces are, what they could be, who moves in them, who lives there, and so on. The audio track defamiliarizes an everyday activity and thus transforms this journey as well as the bus space, creating escape routes and opening up new spatial possibilities. And here comes a short excerpt of.
It's 10 minutes past 8 in the morning. It's freezing cold. 2 men are sitting inside the bus shelter. One of them is trying to tighten his coat around him. A woman with a child in a stroller is approaching. I look up to my window on the second floor and I see that I forgot to put out the lamp on the windowsill. A biker struggles up the hill from the lake Trekanten below us and passes us, breathing loudly. The bus 161 is a little late, even though it has only passed 2 stops to get here. The bus takes a left turn and passes Svandammsplan on the left-hand side. Svandammsplan, Swan Pond Square, Swan Pond. The grass of the square is a little sunken, half covered by a thin blanket of frost, and surrounded by trees. At this bus stop, a young woman gets on. Her hair is in a tight bun on the back of her head. She wears dark green tights, trainers, and a thick down jacket. She's got a backpack with a water bottle stuck to its outside. Is she a ballet dancer? Are they going to put on Swan Lake at Svandammsplan?
My mapping focuses on the potential in and around the Miljonprogrammet area at Bielsvägen. My project looks at activating and visually stimulate the area through simple means and small additions, but also on a more intimate scale perform strategic zoning and carefully thought out divisions of program to enable privacy. The mapping looks specifically at issues of compact living, defined by Boverket.se as a dwelling where there are more people than bedrooms. This is couples excluded. As an example, teenagers are faced with a very limited ability to control their own living arrangements as long as they're underage and in high school. These posters are made to get a response from the local residents. The information about the project is to be handed out, hung or posted at collective spaces such as in laundry rooms, the tube or the local blog, reaching out to the inhabitants. Quick fixes and semi-permanent to permanent solutions when it comes to installation and separating techniques, as well as smarter zoning options for the apartments will be studied and laid out over the existing plans together with the users in demand for more privacy. There seems to be little to no awareness to privacy issues, sometimes even among architects. The aim is to inform inhabitants of small-scale solutions and things to consider when moving into a new apartment, as well as investigating what architects can focus on for more long-term solutions when renovating. The investigations will be made available to the general public and architects alike with individual booklets and models. Ultimately, smarter use of space by using careful zoning as means of creating privacy can lower the desire for large area purely as a means of achieving privacy. Allowing people to maintain their privacy within a smaller, cheaper, and more manageable apartment creates possibilities for more flexible living and possibly a more sustainable lifestyle.
Så hör ni mig? Jag tror den funkar. Nu ska vi förflytta oss från Bagarmossen till Årsta. Där det på 90-talet byggdes ett projekt som kallades för Framtidsloftet. Ett självbyggeri för unga. Och det är arkitekten Sara Wall som är lärare på arkitekturskolan på KTH som ska berätta om det här idag. Kan jag lämna över till dig?
Hallå. Hör ni mig? Ja? Man känner sig som Michael Jackson när man har den här på sig. Och jag kan byta bild bara genom att trycka här. Ja, perfekt. Okej. Hej, Sara heter jag. Och jag ska berätta om ett självbyggeriprojekt som genomfördes i Årsta i slutet av 90-talet. Och jag har förberett den här föreläsningen tillsammans med min kollega Linda Lindstrand som tyvärr inte kunde vara här idag. Hon är i Indien för tillfället. Men vi jobbar tillsammans som lärare på skolan och har också en praktik tillsammans. Och vi är väldigt intresserade av liksom mellanrummet från där arkitekturen slutar och livet tar vid, kan man säga. Och vi kom i kontakt med det här projektet av en slump faktiskt för ungefär 1,5 år sedan och tyckte att det var väldigt fascinerande att vi inte hade hört talas om det innan för att det var så spännande. Och jag kommer kanske kasta mig rakt ut i berättelsen om det här och så kommer jag avsluta med att berätta lite om vad kopplingen är till varför vi ens är här idag och pratar om det. Så allting började så här. 1946, det här är avsändare Stadsplanekontoret. Ni kan själva läsa vad det står. Men det var ju stor ruljans på industrin efter kriget och stor bostadsbrist. Och det var svårt att få arbetskraft för att folk inte kunde få bostad i Stockholm. Liknar kanske situationen idag. Och en lösning på det kom varuhuset EPA på. Det var att man skulle uppföra byggnader till sina anställda för att överhuvudtaget ens hitta folk som ville jobba för dem. Så de bestämde sig för att uppföra 2 stycken byggnader här på Bränningevägen i Årsta. Och de här 2 loftgångshusen ritades av arkitekten Gunnar Jakobsson och det var endast enrumslägenheter på ungefär 24 kvadrat. Ni ser en inzoomad plan här på en av lägenheterna. Och då var det så, man kommer in via ett centralt trapphus ut på loftgången och så in i sin lägenhet där man har lite förvaring, ett litet pentry och sen ett badrum med sittbadkar och sen själva rummet och totala ytan är alltså ungefär 24 kvadratmeter och sen är det en liten fransk balkong ut mot gården. Och sen så var det också lokaler i bottenvåningarna. Och så här ser ett av husen ut. De ligger bredvid varandra sida vid sida. Och så här kunde det se ut på 50-talet. Några av dem som... Det var bara kvinnliga anställda, ska jag tillägga, som bodde i de här husen. Och alla anställda vid EPA-varuhuset. Och det var 60 stycken ettor, ska jag tillägga. Det som hände var att de fungerade som personalbostäder åt de här kvinnorna fram till slutet på 70-talet då EPA-varuhuset köptes upp av Åhléns. Här ser ni en bild från 60-talet. Sergels torg håller på att byggas, tror jag. Och det som händer är ju såklart att EPA finns inte längre och personalbostäderna tas ur bruk. Och det är nu Skanska som äger de här husen. Och man gör inte så mycket med de här husen under ungefär en 10-årsperiod. Man använder dem som evakueringsbostäder åt sina egna anställda. Men man låter i stort sett husen förvalla ganska mycket. Och i slutet av 80-talet så bestämmer man sig för att man ska riva de här husen och uppföra nya byggnader. Så man ansöker helt enkelt om ett rivningslov och skickar in det här till Stadsbyggnadskontoret precis i början av 1990. Och man anger att det skulle vara ekonomiskt och byggnadstekniskt orimligt att renovera upp de här 2 byggnaderna. Så det här inkommer till Stadsbyggnadskontoret som av praxis skickar vidare ansökan till Stadsmuseet. Och de går ut och tittar på de här husen och tycker att det vore förskräckligt om man river dem. För att de har det är ett väldigt tidigt exempel på loftgångstypologin och man tycker att de besitter ett stort kulturhistoriskt värde. Så man säger till Stadsbyggnadskontoret att man inte tycker att det verkar en bra idé, plus att man passar på att K-märka byggnaderna och sätta käppar i hjulen för Skanska, som naturligtvis inte blir så glada. Och därefter följer ungefär 6 år av dragkamp mellan Skanska och Stadsmuseet och Stadsbyggnadskontoret och flera andra aktörer också, egentligen Årsta stadsdelsförvaltning och Hyresgästföreningen ser ni här. Skanska hävdar, en av många saker som de säger är att det finns inget behov av små lägenheter i Stockholm och att det inte passar sig med kategoriboenden. Jag vet inte om de fortfarande tycker det. Här kan vi också se en bild på en av de skisser som man hade på nya byggnader på platsen från Skanskas sida. Och det sista som händer är att man 1994 hyr ut de här bostäderna till stiftelsen Hotellhem som använder dem som genomgångsbostäder för flyktingar som har beviljats asyl. Men när de flyttar ut så har man fortfarande inte riktigt någon plan på vad man ska göra med husen. Samtidigt i en annan del av Stockholm så befinner sig arkitekten Reidar Persson som är chef för Småa, som Per berättade lite om tidigare här. Jag vet inte om han greppar vad det var för någonting, tidigare småstugebyrån. Och han är väldigt intresserad av självbyggeri. Han blir kontaktad av någonting som heter Community Self-Build Agency som är en brittisk organisation som håller på med självbyggeri för ungdomar. Och de bjuder honom till att komma till England och se vad de håller på med som en koppling till det som han håller på med som chef på Småa. Han åker dit och besöker några av projekten, åker tillbaka till Sverige och skriver de här 2 rapporterna som han sprider till media och politiker och olika organisationer och försöker att se om det kan finnas något intresse för att göra självbyggeriprojekt som ett socialt projekt för ungdomar. Det som händer är att Annika Dominius, som sitter i kommunfullmäktige för Centerpartiet, skriver en motion 1995 om ett försöksprojekt för självbyggeri för ungdomar. Och nu är vi framme vid 1996. Det som händer då är att flyktingarna har flyttat ut. Skanska skickar igen in ett sista förtvivlat rivningsansökanslov till rivningsärende till Stadsbyggnadskontoret. Och det här rivningsärendet hamnar på Bertil Karlberg som var det dåvarande socialdemokratiska stadsbyggnadsborgarrådets skrivbord bredvid den här rapporten som Reidar Persson har skrivit om självbyggeri för ungdomar. Tada! Bertil Karlberg, jag har det. Jag vet vad jag ska göra. Han förstår att lösningen på hans problem skulle kunna vara att göra ett självbyggeriprojekt för ungdomar i de här husen och samtidigt renovera upp byggnaderna. Så slipper de krånglet med Stadsmuseet. Och det här klubbas igenom i april 1996. Stadsbyggnadsnämnden ser gärna att husen rustas upp med brukarmedverkan. En idé är att låta ungdomar medverka till sitt eget boende. Bertil Karlberg tar kontakt med Reidar Persson som tackar ja till att bli projektledare. Vid det tillfället så har faktiskt Reidar Persson också gått över till att jobba inom ytterstadssatsningen. För er som inte känner till någonting om ytterstadssatsningen så var det ett projekt som kom till 1995 som ett syfte att liksom jämna ut skillnaderna mellan ytterstad och innerstad kan man säga. Och hela det här projektet med att rusta upp byggnaderna som ett självbyggeriprojekt kommer att drivas under finansieras under ytterstadssatsningen. Här kan man se några av de aktörer som var inblandade i projektet. Ytterstadssatsningen och arkitekter, fackföreningen, Byggettan. Och man börjar ju såklart arbetet med att rekrytera ungdomar. Det är det första man gör. Och man annonserar via Arbetsförmedlingen, gymnasieskolor, Stockholms bostadsförmedling och så vidare. Och man har en idé om att man vill att de här ungdomarna ska representera hela Stockholm. Så det ska vara hälften killar, hälften tjejer. Och man vill att det ska vara både ungdomar med kanske en problembakgrund men också ungdomar med ett ordnat liv med studier eller jobb. Och ungefär 100 stycken ungdomar anmäler sig och man väljer ut ungefär 60 stycken. Och här ser ni knappt en tredjedel av gruppen på byggställning framför ett av husen. Och Reidar börjar ganska tidigt med att säga till de här ungdomarna att det här är ert hus, här ska ni bo. Det är ni som ska vara med och bestämma. Och det var också väldigt tydligt från hans sida att det var ungdomarna som skulle välja vilken förvaltningsform de ville att det skulle vara på huset och vem de ville skulle förvalta i framtiden. Man har det första stormötet i april 1997 och det finns väldigt mycket energi i gruppen och det leder också till att ungdomarna faktiskt ganska snart tar över och driver det här projektet själva. Det fanns en styrgrupp från början och Reidar fungerade som projektledare men ungdomarna kommer mer och mer in och tar över. Här ser vi, och de jobbade ganska mycket på den här som man kallar det för, gruppdynamiken i gruppen. De åkte bland annat till Blidö och det var en väldigt stor fråga för dem att bestämma den här förvaltningsformen som de till slut bestämde sig för att det skulle drivas som kooperativa hyresrätter och de valde Riksbyggen som vid det tillfället hade väldigt många hyresrätter i Årsta som förvaltare. Här kan man se en bild på en utav lägenheterna kort efter att man har övertagit byggnaderna. Jag kan tillägga att husen var liksom halvt fallfärdiga. Man hade under Skanskas tid rivit några av de bärande väggarna emellan så man fick börja med att stödja upp hela undervåningen för att huset inte skulle falla ihop. Badrummen var också helt uttjänta och totalt mörknade så man fick, om ni ser på den här bilden, bila bort stora delar av golven. Man tog också ner loftgångarna och la om taket och sådär. Så det var en ganska omfattande renovering. Och det kom den första stora omfattande renoveringen, alltså de här stora grejerna, det gjordes till stor del av professionella byggare fast med ett väldigt stort inslag av bygglärlingar. Och det som var självbyggeriprojektet var sen när man hade liksom gjort de stora greppen. Och det här, det stora, de här grova jobben som vi såg innan, de höll på fram till jul ungefär 1997 och sen så kommer självbyggarna in. Det fanns ganska stor frustration. Alltså de här ungdomarna var kanske inte så vana vid att jobba på det här sättet och många kom kanske från problembakgrund och var inte vana vid att själva få ta ansvar och gå på möten och att det var de som bestämde att de skulle styra upp saker och de ville egentligen bara komma igång och bygga. Här är ett citat från en av självbyggarna som kanske ger uttryck för frustrationen. Men till slut kommer de igång och de hade också det var alltså 60 stycken självbyggare som jobbade i de här 2 byggnaderna och de hade 2 stycken handledare till hjälp, en målarmästare och en murarmästare och jag vet inte om ni kan se det här schemat men de jobbade ganska långa dagar från klockan 7 på morgonen till klockan 9 på kvällen. Ibland och de gjorde en sån här instruktionsbok som var som en steg för steg instruktion med allting som ungdomarna själva skulle göra inuti sina lägenheter, från att riva ner tapeter och lister och allting. Här ser vi några i full fart med att arbeta. Och ja, det ska tilläggas att det fanns ju ganska strikta förhållningsregler från Stadsmuseet i vad man fick använda för material och färg och så här, eftersom de hade K-märkt byggnaderna. Så det var också någonting som man förhöll sig till under tiden. Ja, sommaren 1998 så var det första teamet av självbyggare, för de jobbade lite omlott så alla höll inte på samtidigt, och då var de första gruppen färdiga att flytta in, och så här kunde det se ut. De hade fått bestämma ganska till stor del vad de ville ha för tapeter och material, och också lite kring hur det här pentryt skulle vara precis där vid entrén. Det var vissa som utförde det exakt så som det hade sett ut i originalversion från 1947, och andra kanske gjorde det lite mer i modern tappning. Här är ett reportage ur tidningen Hus och hem från 1998 där man kan se lite hur det såg ut in i en av lägenheterna. Här är från kulturhuvudstadsinvigningen 1998 av husen. Precis. Och mot slutet av 98 så hade alla lägenheter renoverats upp, och det var då som Riksbyggen gick in aktivt som förvaltare. Och den här idén man hade från ungdomarnas sida, att de ville att det skulle förvaltas som ett som kooperativa hyresrätter, gick tyvärr inte igenom eftersom kommunen avslog den här försökslagstiftningen om kooperativa hyresrätter. Så det fick bli vanliga hyresrätter istället. Och ja, man kan säga att de som byggnads är fortfarande kvar idag. De är fortfarande ungdomsbostäder och de förvaltas fortfarande av Riksbyggen. Och faktiskt så har de den klassningen som Stadsmuseet gjorde på 90-talet var bara med grön markering, vilket är det näst högsta värdet på kulturkåkar. Men man har gjort en större inventering av Årsta, så har man insett att det här kan vara de första loftgångshusen i Sverige faktiskt. Så att man har ökat klassningen till det högsta bevarande klassningen, vilket är blå. Så det är en liten förändring som har skett. Och när vi har gjort den här undersökningen och tittat lite närmare på projektet, så har vi också pratat med en av deltagarna från 90-talet som säger att en av de stora vinsterna var att man fick komma in och vara delaktig i en grupp, att man faktiskt fick ett ganska stort ansvar, liksom, att man fick visa att man klarar av någonting, och på köpet så fick man arbetspraktik och ett fast boende. Vad man kan säga på den negativa sidan, så var det kanske ingen direkt inom den här projektledningsgruppen som hade lång erfarenhet av ett socialt projekt, utan man var van vid att jobba i byggprojekt, men inte på det här sättet. Och det var en oerhört stor grupp, alltså 60 stycken ungdomar med blandad bakgrund är liksom lite svårhanterbart, och det var man inte riktigt beredd på. Kanske. Ja, och vi har hittat ganska mycket, det skrevs ganska mycket i olika tidningar om det här projektet under de 2 åren som det egentligen höll på som mest. Och det var egentligen det som var min och Lindas ingång i det här. Varför är det ingen som pratar om det här, och varför kände vi inte till det här projektet? Och det är också lite därför vi är här idag, för att berätta om det för er. Och ja, en grej som är ganska tydlig, det är att det blev ett maktskifte 1998 som kanske också gjorde att man tog direkt steget bort ifrån att vara inblandad, alltså att från stadens sida vara inblandad i den här typen av projekt. En annan sak som är intressant, det är att på liksom tjänstemannanivå så möts inte de här frågorna. Det finns liksom inga beröringspunkter mellan arkitektur, stadsplanering och socialt arbete. Så den här slumpen att de här 2 sakerna hamnade på Bertil Karlbergs bord samtidigt var lite det som genererade hela projektet, kan man säga. Det är också svårt pengamässigt att mäta vad sånt här projekt kostar. Det är såklart tar mycket längre tid än om man hade tagit in professionella byggare. Å andra sidan så har man liksom vunnit någonting samhällsmässigt när man kan kombinera socialt arbete med byggande. Plus att man i det här fallet löste 2 stycken problem. Man skapade ungdomsbostäder och man renoverade upp ett fallfärdigt K-märkt hus. Och arkitekturtypologin, vi är ju arkitekter, både jag och Linda, så man kanske ser på det på ett speciellt sätt, och vi tycker att det är ganska intressant hur den här arkitekturtypologin har klarat av att härbärgera någon form av resurssvag del av samhället. Först de här kvinnliga anställda som faktiskt inte kunde hitta bostad på ett annat sätt. Sen har det fungerat som flyktingbostäder och nu som ungdomsbostäder. Och det är ganska svårt idag att bygga billigt och bygga litet. Det finns en ganska hög lägsta standard och det är svårt med tanke på handikappsanpassning att bygga litet. På det här sättet så är den här typologin ganska speciell. Ja. Det är väl också där man kan tänka sig att det kan koppla till det som Erik pratade om här tidigt i morse. Liksom. Man förstår den här typologin och vad den har för potential. Sen avslutningsvis har vi den här börjar med en dystopisk bild och avslutar med en mer utopisk bild kanske. Vi tycker att framtidsloftet har en koppling till hållbarhet ur 2 aspekter kanske, men mest på den sociala fronten. Det är intressant hur Skanska tycker att huset har tjänat ut efter knappt 50 år. Att det i dagens samhälle egentligen är så, man är mer inställd på att riva och bygga nytt än att renovera. Och samtidigt så har den här sociala aspekten att man faktiskt gav mervärde åt ungdomarna. De fick en bostad men de fick också jobbpraktik och de fick känna att de fick vara med och bestämma. Och slutligen kanske jag ska säga att vi tror inte att självbyggeri är lösningen på allt, men det är en metod som kanske skulle kunna vara intressant att titta närmare på. Och ja, där är jag klar.
Så, då måste jag be er vänta en liten stund så ska vi rigga för en liten paneldiskussion här också. Funkar mycket. De ska funka. Ja. i att fokusera på det som era föreläsningar har handlat om, det vill säga processer och deltagande och boendeinitierade projekt på olika sätt. Om det är någon här som inte varit med tidigare så har jag längst ut på kanten arkitekten Sara Wall, och i mitten sitter Meike Schalk, biträdande lektor vid arkitektskolan på KTH, och så Per Hasselberg som är konstnär och startade bland annat Konsthall C. Så. Nu har vi har lyssnat på historier om 2 projekt i södra Stockholm. Byälvsvägen, också det 15 år gamla projektet i Årsta. Och Sara, du sa så lite roligt att du var intresserad av mellanrummet mellan där arkitekturen tar slut och livet tar vid. Och jag undrar lite vad är målet egentligen med att låta det här livet ta del av arkitekturen? Det här med medborgardeltagande. Vad är det man vill uppnå med det?
Ja, nu är jag lite ny inom allt. Jag har ju bara jobbat som arkitekt i 2 år. Men alltså målet... Okej, nu börjar jag med inte svara på din fråga här. Men jag tänker, för mig så handlar... Jag upptäckte någonting som var att arkitektur handlar kanske inte så mycket om att göra färdigt saker, utan när man liksom startar en arkitekturprocess så kommer den att till slut... Alltså som arkitekt kan man liksom inte kontrollera den hela tiden, och när man skapar någonting så kommer det liksom att fortsätta leva sitt eget liv. Och jag tänker att som arkitekt är man kanske inte heller så duktig på att anpassa hus efter... Ja, okej, nu låter jag ju knäpp här, nu säger jag emot mig själv. Men man tänker kanske inte på vem det är som ska bo där. Liksom. Alltså det finns en brist där på något sätt. Ja, nu svarar jag inte på din fråga.
Är det någon annan som Per till exempel?
Ja, nej, men det påminner verkligen mycket om det här att ta in deltagarna eller brukarna, att projektets kvalitet ökar väsentligt också. Alltså att man verkligen kopplar in ett gäng experter som kommer att utveckla projektet. Och jag sa aldrig det jag pratade innan, men det är precis så vi har byggt programverksamheten på Konsthall C. Att hur ska man göra ett program som liksom tilltalar de här nästan 10 000 ägarna då, alltså, eller hela. Och det där är ju att varje fråga har ju sina experter och varje område har ju sin expertgrupp, och det är de man söker upp. Och det blir också en väldigt entusiastisk publik som också, alltså, så projektet vinner på alla sätt av att man arbetar på det sättet, liksom, att man verkligen letar efter kunskap.
Ja, men det där tycker jag är intressant om vi plockar upp den här expertgrejen. Jag och Linda har en workshop som vi har provat dels här på Färgfabriken och i flera andra sammanhang som heter Alla experter på bo. Och det liksom går hand i hand med den här idén om att som arkitekt kanske man är ganska rationell och man söker efter en generell lösning. Alltså precis som Miljonprogrammet, att man liksom ska kunna mata ut 100 lägenheter som ser likadana ut. Och att så är inte livet. Alla är olika och har olika behov och kanske vill möblera sin lägenhet olika. Och det får liksom inte riktigt plats någonstans. Och det är där den här medborgardialogen kommer in. Liksom. Att man försöker på något sätt plocka upp hur ska man kunna planera för det här livet som sen kommer föregå. Som har liksom olika förutsättningar fast i väldigt generella rum på något sätt.
Mm. Vi var lite inne på det också i förra debatten här före lunch. Just vad tycker ni, till exempel du Per, hur man får igång en sån här process?
Ja, det är ju att vara öppen och inte så maktlysten liksom, utan som det här Bostadsgatan 4 till exempel. Att man faktiskt lånar ut nyckeln till vem som helst. Och det tycker jag är en grundprincip, att man faktiskt också ser ägande och makt, att den som spenderar mycket tid på en plats faktiskt äger frågan mycket mer än den som bara äger byggnaden till exempel. Det liv går före pengar. Och den här värderingen måste man få in. Man glömmer lätt bort det. Man kan säga det är en mening och samtidigt inte ens tänka på det.
Mike, har du tänkt någonting på det här när ni har hållit på med er mapping i Bjälsvägen?
Men en av de idéerna i mapping är ju att man faktiskt försöker samarbeta ganska mycket med alla som är intresserade eller med folk som man träffar på en plats, kan man säga. Till exempel ett projekt som befattar sig med att göra synlig alla sådana, eller några av de sociala nätverk som finns faktiskt. Det finns ju otroligt mycket, många grupperingar, föreningar eller faktiskt ganska informella grannskapsrelationer som redan gör väldigt mycket tillsammans eller som tar hand om saker kring sin bostad eller på olika offentliga platser. Så på något sätt skulle det kunna vara ganska lätt faktiskt om man visste om vem är aktiv och vem som finns att knyta på här och inleda någon medborgardialog som måste inte vara så formellt faktiskt.
Ja, jag bara också att jag måste säga det att också den enskilda insatsen, alltså vi såg här nu Paul, hans japanska trädgård som han har haft sedan 2003, ett brukaravtal med Stockholms stad. Alltså det är en enskild person vars intresse, han var med och startade Svenska Monsaiföreningen. Nu har han gått upp i skala och det här är ett fantastiskt ställe. Alltså en person kan göra detta. Och det måste man komma fram till också att förorten är ju en modell för någonting. Och det här kollektivet, man kan inte bara sitta fast i det utan enskilda måste också kunna få agera av bara en egen nytta helt enkelt. Och det tänker jag att plocka fram en modell där man faktiskt släpper lös människor och ger dem uppskattning för det. För att det finns så mycket repressivt förtryck i det här. Alltså det är jätteintressanta röster från Bjälsvägen. Bland annat att en man som uttryckte det att när folk odlar utanför sina lägenheter då tar ju de av den allmänna marken. Alltså att de stjäl. Och det är ju ett sätt att se på det som man tycker är helt... Men det är hans perspektiv på något sätt. Och det här vad man ger till kollektivet om man faktiskt får då... Om man ökar folks möjligheter att förverkliga sig själva så tycker jag det är stort nog. Liksom. Det behöver inte vara kollektivt.
Så jag funderade mycket under ert projekt med mapping. Jag funderar, ni letar upp så här, kvinnor som handarbetar och de här olika aktiviteterna. Vad är målet med att hitta de här? Varför vill man göra det?
Alltså jag tror faktiskt först och främst är det nyfikenhet att lära känna en plats utifrån, alltså att få någon annan perspektiv än man får som planerare eller arkitekt när man läser sådana broschyrer som man får från stadsbyggnadskontoret innan man börjar ett projekt. Att faktiskt det är väldigt värdefullt att försöka samla in egen information och som också Per sa att det är faktiskt att det är roligare att få med folk ganska tidigt i början för ett projekt. Gör andra entusiastiska över ett projekt till exempel. Sen tycker jag också att det är ganska mycket en fokusering på väldigt småskaliga strukturer och inom planering är man ju konfronterad ganska mycket med någon väldigt systematiskt systematiskt angreppssätt. Att man faktiskt väldigt sällan tittar in i väldigt små, en sorts mikrourbanism som kan påverka väldigt mycket. Men perspektivet är oftast väldigt storskalig och för det småskaliga väldigt lite plats.
Är det någon i publiken som har frågor om det här? Jag ser inte riktigt. Var det någon? Än så länge inte. Jo, du är i lila tröja. Jag ställer mig upp lite då.
Jag heter Sonja Widén. Jag tänker på det här småskaliga och att de enskilda ska ta initiativ, och det är jättebra om det görs. Och jag vet faktiskt väldigt många, eller åtminstone fler än så här, allmännyttiga bostadsföretag som faktiskt uppmuntrar enskildas initiativ, till exempel att plantera på marken utanför, och ger dem lite extra pengar så de kan köpa lite nytt grönt och sånt där och lite jord och sånt. Sen finns det en annan sida av det här, om jag ser för mig själv om man skulle sätta igång att var och en snickrade lite grann i sin lägenhet. Så bor jag. Jag bor i en bostadsrättsförening med 844 lägenheter. Och så fort någon flyttar in där så ska de sätta sin prägel på lägenheten genom att slänga ut det gamla köket och sätta dit ett nytt. Och det kan de väl få göra. Det värsta är att det låter väldigt mycket hos grannarna som kan bli utsatta för buller och elände under ganska lång tid. Och man måste liksom se att världen är lite större än min lilla bit, och det gäller också alla.
Är det någon som har någon kommentar till det här?
Nej, det stämmer ju. När vi hade det här samtalet på Moderna Museet så var ju Hyresgästföreningens kommentar där också att om konst är lidande, då är det här verkligen stor konst, för det kommer orsaka stort lidande.
Jag funderar lite också, när jag ser alla era presentationer så kommer jag att tänka lite på den här amerikanska tv-komedisketchserien Portlandia, som är väldigt mycket baserat, som har som tema att många i Portland håller på med småskaliga aktiviteter och lantbruk inne i stan och sådär. Och att det på något sätt har blivit ett varumärke för Portlandia. Är det här de här småskaliga aktiviteterna som konsthallen eller vad det nu skulle vara, är det också någon slags stadsdelspolitik, eller kan det bli ett dragplåster så att mer uppmärksamhet riktas till stadsdelen?
Ja, verkligen. Alltså, Stockholmshem baserar hela sitt arbete med söderortsvisionen nu på den attityden som finns i Hökarängen. Alltså, men det är inte bara konsthallens förtjänst, alltså det är stadsdelsrådet. Och min undersökning i detta är, när börjar den här perfektiven? När börjar ni bli liksom så kreativa? Och de flesta, det ledde tillbaks till vad socialarbetarna hittade på där på 70- och 80-talet. När de hade ett stort projekt som hette Ände allt. Som egentligen baserade sig på en annan form av bidragssystem. Liksom. Men där det ena griper tag i det andra, och folks minne gör också att det är möjligt att göra saker. Men det är ju väldigt bra då att fastighetsägarna, alltså Stockholmshem som är den stora ägaren i Hökarängen, faktiskt ser det och också utvecklar sin, de gör ju motsvarande Järvalyftet nu på södra sidan, men de gör hållbar i Hökarängen, heter deras projekt. Så att även om de har sin vision för det, och det må vara liksom att Hökarängen ska klättra i hyresligan, liksom att man inte ska ligga, man ska bli i nivå med Gubbängen eller något sånt där. Men det är i alla fall att man ser kvaliteterna i den här sociala miljön, och också attityden till vad man faktiskt kan göra och inte göra. Så här. Och det tycker jag det är ju fantastiskt att man faktiskt ser det värdet. Sen att om man försöker omsätta det i pengar eller hyra eller vad som helst, det får ligga utanför, men att man ändå värderar det.
Ja, men det triggar ju igång en fråga om gentrifiering och det här som vi var inne på tidigare idag. Nu är jag inte helt säker, men jag tror att Hökarängen de som bor där har ganska låg medelkomst liksom, och hyrorna är också anpassade därefter liksom, och det kanske också i sin tur genererar det här. Det är lätt att få ateljé som konstnär utan att betala så mycket, och liksom, ja, sen kanske man kan bygga på resten av historien i fantasin.
Ja, nej, men det är ju en aktiv attityd från Stockholmshem, så att de har egentligen tagit mycket av de idéerna som kommit från stadsdelsrådet. Stadsdelsrådet var otroligt kritiskt när jag flyttade dit till att man tog 20% av stadens förturer till Hökarängen. Och det berodde ju på att hyrorna var låga, små, och en väldigt accepterande attityd hos befolkningen. Liksom, att man var van vid detta, så man protesterade inte. Och istället då för att klaga på att man fick så många sociala förturer så föreslog vi då att man istället skulle inrätta kulturella förturer. På något sätt, alltså slänga upp det här gentrifieringsverktyget som alla känner till, att kultur funkar på det sättet, på bordet och istället då för att stigmatisera och klaga på att de vill vi inte ha mer av på något sätt. Även om det är ju ett arbete som görs då.
Någonting i publiken. Ja. Svart tröja där.
Hallå. Jag funderar lite när man pratar om självbyggeri och brukarmedverkan och medinflytande, så finns det en risk att det här är ett sätt för det offentliga att avsäga sig ett ansvar? Vi har ett samråd och då är det ni själva som har beslutat att det är så här ni vill ha det. Och så gör vi så. Det är inte vårt ansvar längre. Eller ja, det skulle jag gärna vilja höra några kommentarer om.
Men som jag förstår det så menar du inte när man har en brukardialog i tidigt skede, utan när man kanske har ett färdigt förslag som man frågar, som man har en dialog kring. Alltså då är det ju mer som att det är en konsultation där man säger vi har gjort det här, är det liksom bra eller dåligt? Inte att, ja okej. Ja, jag vet inte. Jag funderar på om det finns så många projekt där man har haft med brukare på ett tidigt stadie liksom, och verkligen involverat dem. Jag är för dåligt påläst tror jag. Men annars är väl den vanliga formen att man gör ett projekt och sen så har man någon form av, som arkitekturprogrammet som ställdes ut på Kulturhuset i somras, då har man ju redan ett förslag. Och sen så kanske man har bjudit in till specifika workshoppar innan där man får kommentera. Men det är ändå någon annan som tar fram förslaget och så får man säga bra eller dåligt.
Jag har ett exempel från Byhusvägen och det är en av sakerna som jag tycker är intressant. Hur en idé kan deformeras, alltså genom ett kollektiv eller genom en process på det här sättet. Och det var bland annat Paul som har gjort den här japanska trädgården som berättade om det. Tidigt skede så var de jobbade kring gården, var folk de ville göra någonting där. Han var intresserad av detta så han drev den processen också. Och det var, alltså förslagen stoppas ju oftast i en låda och sen så poppar det upp någon annanstans. Alltså att man har då byggt upp ett motiv för att ni vill ha trappor neråt. Så nu finns det en väldigt gul trappa som har kostat massor med pengar på Byhusvägen. Alltså som man egentligen inte, den finns inte förankrad i processen utan idén kanske har väckts någon gång. Och sen så är det någon konsult som får det uppdraget sen. Alltså det är helt... Och det är ju sånt som faktiskt förstärker det här som Erik var inne på, att man känner sig lurad. Nu är många nöjda ändå, liksom, för det är klart att en sån stor satsning och det här är ju fint säkert så här. Men jag tänker mer, och många med mig, liksom, vad kunde man gjort för de pengarna? Alltså, hur använder man sina resurser? Så det är det stora bluffen i detta, när man tänker sig en process och så klipper man och hackar och så poppar det upp någonting någon gång. Alltså det är en stor bluff.
Så, vi har tid för en fråga till innan pausen här. Publiken. Nej, det var lite tomt. Då kan jag passa på. Finns det en risk att det blir, om den här trenden fortsätter med mycket egen initiativ och självprojektering, att det blir någon slags A-lag och B-lag där bland de här olika förorterna också, att det kanske finns något ställe där det här inte kommer igång och så. Hur ska man i sådana fall handskas med det?
Man kan K-märka dem. Nej, men jag tycker man har 100 stycken förorter. Man har 100 stycken modeller, möjligheter till att utvecklas på olika sätt. Och i den modellen finns det sedan 1000 olika eller 8000 olika modeller att utveckla. Så att släpp folk lösa. Alltså det handlar ju om att på något sätt se ursprungsmodellen med ett mer kreativt perspektiv. Och också när det gäller det här hur man utvecklar stad, att inte ha en modell. Alltså det är lätt att säga promenadstad till exempel, men det måste verkligen anpassas till vad för typ av stad. Och söderort är ju en helt unik, om jag nu får ta det perspektivet igen. Så där har vi miljonprogrammet 10 år tidigare än det riktiga miljonprogrammet. Det är 40-50-tals arkitektur. Det är en grannskapsplanering som är fullständigt, den är helt peppad med små centrum och alldeles unika förutsättningar för den typen. Och det är egentligen någonting som man borde utveckla. Alltså det är en unik stad. Där jag vet, alltså vi i Stadsdelsrådet, vi har ett projekt som heter Världsarv söderut där man kommer få föreslå liksom sina miljöer, sina intressen till det här världsarvet. Men vi får se när det kommer igång.
Så, var det någon som hade något mer? Annars tycker jag att vi faktiskt kan ta paus här. För vi ligger lite efter i programmet. Och då önskar jag er välkomna tillbaks hit 4:15. Sådär. Hör ni mig? Välkommen tillbaka till det tredje blocket av föreläsningar idag. Och det här kommer att handla både om väldigt små projekt och sen kommer det handla om väldigt storskaliga projekt. Innan jag går över till att presentera vad nästa talare är så kan jag påminna igen om att det har kommit lite frågor om de här presentationerna kommer finnas tillgängliga efteråt. Och det kommer de. Både på Delegationen för hållbara städers hemsida kan man klicka sig fram till dem. Eller så kan man titta på dem på webbsidan livestream.com /KTH live. Sådär. Och nu kommer jag gå över till engelska eftersom våra talare är internationella. Så, Katrin Böhm, our next speaker, is the founder of the Arts and Architecture Collective Public Works in London. And Public Works focuses on the specific cultural life and activities of each place. And here today, you will talk about the workshop Build Your Own Culture House. So I leave the word to you, Katrin. Welcome.
Thank you. Do I have to? No, I don't have to switch it on. Thank you very much for the invitation. I couldn't follow the Swedish presentations. There might be overlaps, I apologize, but I definitely have different images. Like this very obscure one. Build your own cultural center. And it is a bit obscure what this can be. I first want to contextualize my presentation a little bit so you know the background I'm coming from and where the research question comes from. Public Works is a collaborative practice of artists and architects. We are based in London. We started to work in 1999. At the moment, it's myself, another artist, Polly Brennan, and two architects, Andreas Lang and Torange Konsari. And we are less of we always describe ourselves as collaborations in different constellations. Our main interest is how public realm is shaped and how artists and architects can support existing public spaces and contribute to new ones. No one of us is focused on the object as outcome. Because we are crossover practice, art and architecture, there's quite a lot of references to this interdisciplinary nature of our work, and maybe there's then also crossovers to what Per has been presenting. When it comes to the art in our work, there are many different labels for it. It's been called participatory art, terms like socially engaged art, new genre public art, process-based art, social sculpture, conversational practice, and so on. Those are terms which have been developed in the public discourse over the last decades and has developed a whole tradition of socially engaged practice in the art field and its own methodologies, which by now I think is very well established and in the discourse and also has started to enter art history. I'm mentioning this because when it comes to the architectural part of our work, there seems to be a real lack of terms. Because we are not building, we can't be called building architects. It can be called socially engaged architecture or process-based architecture. And I want to quote this very famous architect, Doina Petrescu, as well, from the Office for Self-Managed Architecture in Paris. And she would probably describe our architectural practice as an architecture which deals with architecture-related activities rather than architecture-specific ones, which means it considers architecture architecture in terms of its specific means, its tools, competence, and processes, rather than its specific ends, like constructions or buildings. As a practice, we are not overly concerned at the end of the day what label is used to describe ourselves. What is clear that we combine thinking and making from both art and architectural practices in our work. Of course, we get annoyed if people are saying you're not architects because you're not building. The basis for the presentation today is a research question I started a few years ago, which specifically looks into socially engaged art practices and the spatial capacity within them. And I mean, I know that Per, you studied planning before you became an artist, but there's many arts projects which act very locally in a specific situation, which engage many different partners and which actually construct extremely interesting spatial proposals, and I think they're overlooked. So in this research and in our own practice, there's a real focus on trying to look into cultural practices and everyday cultural practices and to see what kind of spaces they use, construct, and how those spaces might inform architecture and planning. When I refer to spatial production, I include temporary and permanent aspects, physical and non-physical forms, spontaneous appropriations and strategic alterations, individual and collective attempts, conflicting and consensual situations, etc. Spatial production is not understood as one linear process, but as a conglomeration of social spatial aspects which over time generate a particular spatial quality. This very specific interest, of course, comes out of our practice, where we often work in a specific situation across very local networks, using spaces that exist in a local neighborhood. And those constructs are very, very, very interesting. How they develop, how they change, how they're appropriated. They're very difficult to see. We published a book a few years ago, which is called If You Can't Find It, Give Us a Ring. And that very much applies to the kind of spaces. They're there. Those involved in using them, they know their qualities, but they remain very, very invisible as a kind of build or physical structure. For us, the question of who's building what becomes important. And I want to apply this question today to the scale of urban neighborhoods and their cultural space or spaces. For us as an architectural practice, it's interesting to think new types of buildings. The build your own cultural center is one. I'm London-based, and most of our projects have been taking place in the UK, so maybe there are some interesting comparisons or links to what's happening in Sweden, which I have absolutely no idea of, but maybe you can ask questions afterwards. What kind of models are being used here? The examples I'm using are mainly from, and the knowledge I'm referring to is mainly from Ireland, Holland, Denmark, Germany, Switzerland, and predominantly from the UK. And during New Labour, there was this huge boom of developing culture for all, which was very important. So the main political aim was access to culture for everybody. It was less about the kind of culture. That has stopped a little bit with the new government, but it has led to a whole series and almost a kind of new culture of regeneration, which is often called culture-led regeneration or cultural regeneration. And in the UK, it has become quite common practice to involve lead artists on the design teams for new schemes. And to give a few examples, which you maybe can also look up online, one was a visionary brief for Thurrock, which was meant to be a brief or master plan for a whole area in the Thames estuary that was developed by a general public agency as an interdisciplinary and cross-practice exercise in visionizing different scenarios. This one you probably know. It's gröna Kunstplan by a curator called Kerstin Bergendahl. I believe she's Swedish. Does anyone know this? Probably. Another project is Arts Project 3 in a new garden city in Munich, the Folkestone Triennial. And I think what's also become specific to the UK is through this huge funding of new cultural-led regeneration schemes, a whole community of new agencies have mushroomed, which specialize in negotiating and implementing cultural projects into often large-scale master planning and development processes. So there's a whole industry of agents who organize those kind of lead artist planning relationships. The debate on art and architecture has been relatively dominant in the UK over the last few years. You can study it at universities. I think there has been relatively little critique and assessment of what those collaborations did in the end, how much they really crossed over, how much the cultural work or cultural thinking was allowed to question architecture and planning fundamentally, and also question the procedural conventions of architecture and planning. And I think my harsh opinion would be that it succeeded far less than the ambition was. Because ultimately both professions are structurally so very different and the funding for it is so different that you can have crossover in small areas, but I haven't seen it on any kind of a master planning scale or urban neighborhood scale yet. So again, the question of who is building what remains. I just want to quote a short paragraph to clarify our positions in all of this. It's not an avant-gardist approach to discover new space for art or different format for architecture. Neither is it a romantic longing for rediscovering forgotten or undiscovered space. It's instead a manifesto to pay attention to spaces we constantly use and produce through cultural and everyday practice and to credit their existence. It's a call to take the production of space outside of the architectural profession seriously and to acknowledge their producers in different spatial outcomes in order to review the forces that shape space. Now I briefly want to talk about some cultural centers which I see as such, which kind of propose maybe different building types and social spaces. So one is for gröna, where Kerstin Bergendahl has been running an curated arts commissioning program for I think 13 years now. And the reason why I'm looking at gröna is they're building lots of cultural centers. It's compulsory for each neighborhood. They look a little bit sad. Often built before residents moved in, because of the funding, because of how architecture is delivered, because how master plans are being rolled out. There are communal spaces which are wanted and needed in principle, but are not necessarily used. When I looked at the different art commissions in gröna and looked at the relationships they created between planners, architects, the artists, residents, some of them came up with outcomes which probably could be seen as different cultural centers or new types of them. I like unspectacular images, as you can tell. That's a project by Niels Norman. It's called A Bridge for gröna. There are much more spectacular ones, really colorful ones, but I think that is more important in order to describe what it does. It creates this bridge across the Central Valley, which is not quite a bridge. It's like half playground, half wooden platform, half railings where you can lean on, and half square. And the way it sits in the middle of the neighborhood and the way it doesn't confine by building walls this center where nobody might want to go in. It simply proposes this kind of central, informal, cultural place. And what I think is a shame for like projects like t.ex is that it's ultimately very, very difficult to argue for pieces like Niels Norman's to be the actual cultural centers and not the built ones. And that it's so difficult to like reroute funding to develop those kind of centers rather those which are penciled in on the master plan already. There's another example which I won't touch because it has to do with like laundrettes and Scandinavian models of social engineering, which I understand now that I don't understand them. So I'm not touching this here. There's another project which I led by an artist, Jana van Heeswijk, again for regeneration area in the Westwijk area in Vlaardingen, near Rotterdam. And she again was invited as an artist to accompany a 10-year process of regeneration and change. I think when I earlier tried to make the difference between art and architecture, what seems much easier for artists is to like completely rewrite the brief. Because the implications are less, the funding is less, and I think there's generally more experimental space given to artists than it is to architects. That's definitely something we profit from in our practice. That whenever it's a bit too experimental, our commissioner can have the excuse that there's also artists. Something interesting to think about. Anyway, when Shana came into this area, it was a 10-year development process. She was invited to do a sculpture trail. And what she did was to refurbish the whole bottom ground of this housing block in a temporary cultural center with a very mixed program of state-of-the-art exhibitions by the Witte Witt Museum, photo studios, film clubs, cafes, information center, everything. And again, you would think it's obvious that something like this just becomes the new cultural center. But it can't, because it's been an arts commission, it's not been budgeted for as a cultural center, it goes after 6 months. As part of that research, I also asked quite a few artists like Shana to map out all the different spaces that have been involved in producing those projects. And there are always many more spaces than just the ones you see in the photo. It's all the flats that are involved, it's all the little coffee shop corners, it's the street corners, certain routes. It's this kind of very complex spatial construct that actually makes those cultural projects. And that's just a reference to another arts organization who I think developed a really interesting idea of local cultural center. They're Hillside Farm in the Lake District. And obviously they don't have a gallery on a hillside. Why would you want everybody to drive up a hillside? They also don't want to have another gallery. Galleries just simply cost too much energy to program. So they're working with the existing institute or community hall in the nearby village. Again, very spectacular photos. But go on their website and just see the mix of everyday activities, imported artists, collaborations and program they're using they're using this hall for to kind of develop this different idea of a rural cultural building or space. Okay. My paper was not going to be a pamphlet for an architecture or architectural profession that doesn't build or doesn't need to build anymore. What I was hoping to develop is an argument that allows architecture to gain space for more experiment again, and for architecture to feel free to emancipate itself from the physical structure, building, as its dominant medium or form of output. And one last term to introduce before I go to two of our projects is the term relational, which entered the wider art and cultural debate since Nicolas Bourriaud, French philosopher, first published his relational aesthetics essay in the late 90s. What was interesting about that essay, and I don't know how well, that's probably quite well known, no, here, okay. What was interesting about this essay was that it based on observations of practice, of art practice in the mid-90s, and where many artists already combined the social with the formal, the design with the activity, and so on. So when this term relational aesthetics entered the more widespread discourse, it also seemed to overcome this polarizing either-or, which often hinders discussion, whether something is either modernist or community artist, minimalist or community architect, whether you can be interested in either aesthetics and function or only interested in social and the political, whether something is just formal or informal. One of Bourriaud's definitions of form as lasting encounters has helped us as practitioners to think the relationship between program and design, activity and structure, and social and physical as a relational production of space. So this idea that form, built form, derives from lasting encounters also suggests duration and patience. So build your own cultural center. It might not be fast. I'm giving two examples now from our practice. The first one I think is more of a methodology. It's called Granville Cube. Again, very unspectacular photo. I'm really good today. No, there's some more better ones later. Granville Cube was commissioned as a public art program for a new housing scheme in North London, in South Kilburn, in an area that had, just after the millennium, received one of those big new deals for community funds. And I don't know if that's similar to the funding that's going on in Sweden at the moment, where kind of communities get involved in how the area is being regenerated. At the same time, there's like massive master plans being produced for the whole area. So things have to slot into those master plans. We were associated with a housing project, a social housing project, 130 flats. And while the building was going up, we suggested to look at the public spaces around this building and to have a framework that would actually look at the public life of the site. And I think from what I saw from the pictures today, there's a lot of discussion about certain neighborhoods, if there's actually something happening or not. I mean, your mapping exercises look at all those things that take place but are not visible. And I think that applies to every place. Every place has a cultural life, there's cultural stuff going on, it might just not be visible. For the Granville New Homes project, our idea or the attempt was to have a very, very simple structure that would gently stimulate to bring some of those activities into the public realm and to make it also visible for those who live there what other people do, and the things they normally do take place behind closed walls. So it was just a very simple metal frame structure, very durable, can't vandalize it, not really, can't burn it. Councils are so concerned. And then for the planning process, we had like 3 locations, so it would slowly move within this public realm attached to this new housing scheme. Very precise locating, exactly where we sat on the plan. And then it went up. And we had it there, I think, for 5 years. And I think it's really less about a project here, it's more about a methodology of how, within a public site, stimulate the public life to appear again, and if that's actually of interest for those who live there, or if everybody just rather keeps things behind closed walls. So over a few years, we were there once a week. We programmed a very kind of ad hoc, informal program, announced things on the cube, any kind of idea. We had ideas, we asked people what ideas they had. So it was this kind of constant production of proposals, but also realities. And it just became this thing that changed constantly in this neighborhood. Of course, most of the time, nothing happened there. It just became this new piece of public furniture. There were some interesting discussions with the council who were so keen for us to have a really big sign saying Kilburn, Granville New Housing, Brent Council. And we were like, we can't have a council sign on this. No one is going to use it. And I think it's sometimes quite difficult for councils to wake up to this idea that maybe the residents don't want to get involved when they do something. So this very conscious decision not to brand this cube, but leave it quite plain and just see what happens, was quite important. And I think after about 2 years, the council was actually quite happy with not having their logo on it, because they could see that it was just getting used. Their staff were just having their lunch break there. I mean, it's so simple. It's like putting a bench up in public. But this public space had literally very, very little to orchestrate any of the everyday that's going on in public space. So someone suggested a swap shop, and then you can just do a swap shop. Not a big deal. Flower pot making. And sometimes we would also take those activities off-site, because not everybody can come outdoors, and that was like sheltered accommodation for older people. A lot of it was, of course, art-related, teenagers who do drawings and would want to make exhibitions. And I think it's really not, I'm interested to hear more about what's happening in your Kunsthall. It's really not to be underestimated what it can mean to have an exhibition in public. It also kind of, for instance, in that case, allowed this teenager to kind of feel quite professional about it. He put a portfolio together, but it's those very kind of simple acts to stage in public, but which can actually be quite meaningful. But of course, the best thing about it is that people in the neighborhood get to see what others do and want to share. So that was the opening. And then if it rained, we just put some plastic on top. Cube darts, self-explaining. Of course, if you want to use the cube, call Polly. That hardly ever happened, because it's a mobile phone number. No, I think because it works best when we were on site, did something, and then people get involved, and then you make an arrangement. It's much more informal. There were fanzines published and texts, lots of explaining done. Of course, school parties. We entered the local press, and then it got moved after a while. And that's where it still remains, in this kind of small central area of this housing scheme, which now doesn't get developed. And the whole master plan kind of folded in. And our project is a bit abandoned too, I'm quite happy to admit it. We got lost a little bit between developers, the council, selling, reselling property, and negotiating master plans. And then there's like simply no space for like attempts like this. We finished with bringing together the main people who were involved in staging events, running events, and did a kind of small exhibition on one of the hoardings, and also published them in a fanzine. And again, there's something about like publishing locally, who is doing what and what's going on, which is surprisingly effective or successful, because not so many people know who does what. And maybe maybe that could also be a British or English phenomena of inner city neighborhoods, where you're actually quite timid about sharing and showing what you're doing in public. That was the last big dinner. The second project I wanted to show, which is maybe which is hopefully more specific towards the idea of how can a temporary, not built project inform a cultural center, was a project called Folk Float. And that was commissioned by Grisdale Arts as part of a public cultural strategy for Egremont. Egremont is a small town, 6,000 inhabitants, in the northwest of the UK in Cumbria, just outside of the Lake District, so just outside of the wealthy and pretty area, right next to a nuclear power station, and quite deprived economically. We were invited to think about a tool, a design that could host the local archive. And the local archive is that. It's stuff collected by quite a few people in town without any criteria, like stuff to do with Egremont criteria. So everybody has their own collection, and it's stored in Ralph's spare bedroom. So this collection became the starting point for us to think about a local archive. And this is just some of the questions we had in the beginning, how we approached the project, and also how the group who had the collection brought together wanted their mobile archive to be used. So it was a lot about making it public, see what other people think of what they've collected, see what other people would add to the collection, use the items in the collection to talk about Egremont yourself, maybe run workshops. The intention and the brief for us was very much to create a space that was very lively, very informal, where this collection would just lead to other relations, activities, and so on. Yeah, very random stuff. So extremely informal. At the same time, because the area got cultural regeneration money, there were plans to have a landmark building. That's fallen so much out of fashion in the UK now that I almost couldn't remember the word. But the idea of a landmark cultural museum. So consultants were invited to draw proposals to have a history museum for Egremont. And if you look at the box with stuff, and you imagine a proposal by very highly paid consultants to turn, for example, the quick save shop into a museum, it becomes very obvious that those two ideas just completely fall apart. You wouldn't be able to touch anything from your boxes anymore once they enter a formalized museum. A formalized museum is not a place where you walk in and just do things. You need permission, and it's been institutionalized. So the Folk Float, the mobile archive, started at the same time as plans for a landmark building were developed for the center town, which were not wanted by the kind of local residents groups who were involved. So we were trying from the beginning to explain to politicians that maybe a kind of more mobile, informal, everyday strategy could just slowly be developed into a cultural center for a town. But it clashed so much with this eagerness to produce a landmark building that the collaboration at the time wasn't possible. Anyway, the building we chose was a milk float. Obviously very, very kind of popular in England. It's this little neighborhood vehicle that drives around and delivers your milk bottles in the morning. So we redesigned one of them. We used the milk float because it has the range of Egremont, does around 20 miles a day or 30 kilometers. We designed it so that it would have vitrines for the more precious collection, but also open vitrines for putting things in, for running workshops, storage space, screenings, and the archive cards for extending the collection. There was a website, obviously, and it looked quite bright and colorful, with the idea that if it turns up somewhere, people will ask, "What's that?" rather than us having to explain, "Oh, you're interested." So yeah, that's the kind of attitude you normally meet. "Oh, what's that?" But the whole point of the folk float was to have as many access points as possible. So you could come with very different interest and enter the concept of this collection somewhere. So over the summer of 2007, the folk float drove around Egremont and showed what was there, proposed this idea for a more permanent local archive, but mainly kind of stimulated a debate about what's from Egremont, what's local, what should be in a collection about Egremont. The answer then was like anything. So, for example, and we also had a little phone blog where you could submit items or ideas or stories or events for the growing archive by mobile phone. So at the end of the summer, this first phase of touring the mobile folk archive was finished. Unfortunately, by then, the group fell apart, who wanted this so much. Also, I think a little bit later, the recession started to hit, and the whole idea of a landmark building for Egremont fell apart as well. So it became obvious that the float could maybe move into that space and continue in a different role. So it was used for many different activities around town. We also took it away out of Egremont, and that was also that was something we wanted, but which I think was quite important and surprising to Egremont, that their vitrine can enter the Macintosh Museum in Glasgow, or it could become part of a project in King's Cross, London. And this idea of watching something local going elsewhere and being recognized there and then bring it back was quite important. That's now the cultural center that's in action now. Because all the funding folded, there had to be other strategies for how to get a cultural building for Egremont. And there normally are enough buildings. In that case, it's the former mining museum. Egremont had one of the last iron ore mines in Europe, which closed down 6 years ago. And there was a small mining museum attached to it, which was now vacant. So the community took over this building and is now kind of DIY developing it into a cultural center. We, of course, are there because the contrast of this red to the blue is so beautiful. That's one reason. The other reason, of course, that this center is, of course, now the perfect plug-in station for the folk float. So it becomes this kind of mobile arm or extension to this very community-led cultural center. And that's my final image. That's where it's parked. Finished.
Jag tror inte. Jo, nu funkar den. Så. Nästa talare på programmet är arkitekterna Martino Tatara och Pier Vittorio Aurelia. And we will also take this lecture in English, so I speak in English already. Martino and Pier Vittorio. Maybe we have to make a short break for the mics. then I take it all from the beginning again. I will present the Italian architects Martino Tattara and Pier Vittorio Aurelia. You started 10 years ago the architecture firm Dogma together. And since then, they have been working on the relation between the architecture and the city, focusing on large-scale projects. And that's also what you will talk about here today. So I'll leave the word to you.
Okay. Start the timer. So thanks a lot for the invitation. Thanks, Ola, for all the arrangements. It's a great pleasure to be here tonight to present our work at large. We're not, I must say from the beginning, it's not going to be a presentation about regeneration of post-war housing, and we're not really expert on the topic. But what we will present, first of all, it's a topic that nonetheless interests us a lot because it somehow lies at the intersection between architecture and politics, which is something that cross our work. And we will present today a series of projects that we've been developing the last years, which I think, or we think, in a way share with the goal of this seminar and the larger goal of the entire project, several issues. First of all, we will talk about the issue of large scale, which is something that is pretty much present in our work. And by large scale, and I will explain it very soon, we indeed refer to the relationship between architecture and the city, between architecture and what in fact lies outside the physical border of architectural interventions. In the presentation, in the project, and especially in the second part that Pier Vittorio will present later, we have worked a lot on the relationship between labor and work and architecture, and especially in our, let's say, contemporary society, which in a way witnessed the shift between a Fordist mode of production to a post-Fordist mode of production, and the relationship that this has on the way we live in the city. There is a sort of, I think, something perhaps that interests you and that has been present also probably in the discussion that you had this morning, an idea that comes from what I just said, which is the possibility of new form of collectivity, which is something that is at the base perhaps of a rethought idea of welfare in our city. And indeed something which has to do with, in fact, the strategic role that architecture, and especially housing, could have in envisioning and putting forward an idea of the city. The presentation of today is divided very briefly in three parts. The first part will be a very simple historical detour. We just want to point out a couple of examples to point out a little bit our strategy and our idea of architecture within the larger concept of the city. We will then show you a number of projects that have been developed in the office. And Pier Vittorio will also conclude later on with a presentation of a work, which is in fact a research project that his research unit had developed last year at the Berlage Institute, and it's a project centered on the city of Athens. First of all, by large scale, which is indeed also a little bit the title of our presentation as it was in the program, we do not necessarily or primarily refer to, let's say, large-scale buildings, or it does not necessarily refer to an issue of size or an issue of dimension. It's also that, but in fact, for us, what it has always been interested somehow indeed the relationship between an architectural intervention, its finite form, and the capacity of this architecture, of this form, to in fact affect, govern, understand the larger context when this intervention has been located. By by practicing, in a way, large-scale design in the recent year, we have somehow understood that the disciplinary division between the field of planning, of urban design, of architecture, which is something that, especially in the last year, especially in academic circle, has been strongly formed, doesn't make any sense. It is in fact practicing large-scale design, as has just been mentioned, that in fact the compartmentalization between these different fields is lessened, and it is by practicing large-scale design that we somehow understood that the ultimate goal of architecture is always the city, even when the city has no goal or ambition for being interested in architecture. There is, of course, an urgency for this, which is at the, let's say, local scale, the fact that 1.5 million housing units need to be, for example, regenerated in Sweden. There is also, of course, on a more global scale, a rising issue, which is the fact that we are witnessing huge processes of urbanization all over the world, that we have a radical rising environmental concern, etc., etc. And confronted with all these pressing issues, on the one hand, we have witnessed, or continue to witness, a sort of incapacity of planning to, in fact, govern development of our city or to direct development of our larger territories, and on the other hand, a sort of withdrawal of architecture into sort of self-contemplative attitude, the incapacity of architecture to, in fact, tackle the city which is out there. How, in fact, do we do that? How do we see our work of architect? On the one hand, indeed, architectural intervention need to be strategic. They need to tackle the city, and we will show it in history and in our work as it has been done. And architecture can do that not just by proposing a simple architectural intervention, but architecture that wants to be example for the development of something which is larger. So, in fact, architecture has the capacity to propose example that could become something or that contains those principles, those ideas that are embedded and that is embedded with an idea of the city. There are two examples which are in fact a residential example that we've been studying a lot in the past years that of course you all know, and I'm not going through the history of them, but I just want to point out this relationship, or use them to point out this relationship between a very clear architectural form, we can even call it archetype, and in fact the larger idea of the city. The first example is the Brasilia Superquadra, which is the residential solution through which Lucio Costa, who was the architect that won the competition for the Plano Piloto of Brasilia between 1957 and 1960, decide how, in fact, we would live in the city. And the second example is the Viennese Hof, the residential model or building that between 1923 and 1934, the Social Democrat Party, or the architect working for the Social Democrat government, municipal government in Vienna, has been built. If we look at Brasilia, is the capital of Brazil, is pretty much a well-known case, and it's pretty much well-known, especially among architects or people that deals with the issue of the city, to be as the failure or representing the failure of the city of the modern movement. This might be right or wrong, but that's not really the issue now for at the center of my presentation. But what is quite interesting is that if we look at this aerial picture of the Plano Piloto, or the capital city as it was planned in 1957, what is very clear is that the city, which has a sort of a very particular and peculiar form, where in fact it's the open space or the landscape, the public form, the public space that in fact govern what is in fact the form of the city. Even if we look at the satellite city, the settlement that has been built around the Plano Piloto in the decades following the inauguration of the city, in a way what is quite striking is that this is not a sort of Latin American metropolis, but it's in fact a city which is in a way caught in between a very tense tension between the open space, the landscape, and the built form. This is, of course, not just a case. It's the result of a very specific project that the architect of that city did, who is Lucio Costa. And the project that was briefly sketched in the plan of the city, but it was in fact more carefully detailed in the text, in the competition report through which this project has been presented to the jury in 1957. So if we look at this text, and if we look at the idea that the architect had, or the way we would inhabit the city, it's quite interesting to see how, in fact, this very specific residential model contain in its principle all, let's say, the issue or all those principles that, in fact, on the larger scale would define the form of the city. In the text, which I just presented, which is a text of the competition, the architect described the residential solution of the city. It's basically one solution for 500,000 inhabitants by describing, and I'm not quoting for the sake of length of the presentation, but just by, in a way, describing the qualities of the open space. There is no word about the residential solution. There is no word about the typologies. There is no word about square meter of apartment. There is no word about architectural language. All what the architect was concerned was, in fact, defining the quality of the open space, how the phenomenological experience of residents, of visitors would be when they would walk underneath this building, how, in fact, each residential unit would be surrounded by bands of trees, and how, in fact, vegetation would create screens and sort of characterize the experience that the visitor would have of this space. So what, in fact, is very clear from these images is that fundamental was the idea that building had to be rise on pilotis, that the view should be uninterrupted on any part. And in fact, all these were what the architect put forward in designing, in conceiving this residential system. A residential system that, in fact, was not a sort of model in the sense that had to be reproduced all the time as it was conceived originally, but it was an example that where, in fact, the principles were clearly spelled, and that all the architects that would come later to build the city could somehow reinterpret and redefine in the moment that they were called to develop the other quadrants along the residential axis of the city. And what is interesting is that if you go back at the beginning, is that this sort of relationship between the landscape, the vegetation, between the open space, and its capacity of the landscape to govern the form of the city, the built fabric, is exactly what, in fact, reverberate at the larger scale, at the urban scale, at the scale of the city, and on the larger even scale, at the scale of the territory. In the case, very similarly, but also very differently, in the case of the extraordinary season of the so-called Red Vienna, architect in Vienna has developed a very precise archetypical residential form where, in fact, we're able to put forward the political concern that were at the origin of the victory of the left-wing government in the city. Vienna in 2011 had a proposal, which is the master plan by Otto Wagner, where, in fact, the city is not anymore a city, it's become a metropolis. And the plan proposes, through a sort of system of concentric ring road, the explosion of the city and the invasion of the territory around the historical core of the city. This plan, in fact, was going well hand in hand with the residential solution of the Siedlung, which was a sort of a system of low-density housing solution dispersed in the periphery of the city, where the working class, the working that were inhabiting the city, were to be relocated and put far away from the city center, in a way also to control them, to control their political power. Between 1923 and 1934, as I said, the Social Democrats took the power of the municipality, and there is a radical inversion of this model. The Siedlung that are represented in this map with the green dot going on with the years, decreases, and what is start to be built is a completely counter project, which is the project of the Hof. The Hof are large-scale residential buildings which were located not anymore in the periphery, but in the center of the city, in very strategic location of the city, namely in proximity to the large motorways, to the railway lines, and to the underground system. It's very clear that the idea is here to not anymore disperse the working class, but to bring the working class close to the center and to place them in a strategic point in the city. And how would you house these people or these workers? These workers are housed into, let's say, a building of new conception, which is indeed, as I said before, the Hof, which has nothing to do with the historical pattern of the city, but is a sort of building or block of new conception. It's a sort of perimeter building, describing at the center a large courtyard. And the courtyard became the essential space of this building, where the public or collective facilities of this residential unit were located, and where in fact the sort of belonging to the same social class were somehow fostered. So what is in fact interesting in the two cases is that in a way we have a sort of proposition of an open model, we could say, or a kind of very specific but at the same time very open, that is able to somehow reverberate or reflect upon several either idea of city or political condition where in fact the project were developed. Having said that, I would like to briefly start with presenting some of our work.
Yes, before maybe to see the first project, I would like to share with you two images that for our, let's say, design approach have been very important and in a way explain also the dilemma that is at stake in our proposals. Actually, the first image is a grid which was drawn by the architectural 16th century theorist Sebastiano Serlio, and in the first book on architecture. And what is interesting about this simple drawing, that Serlio proposed this as a pure diagram, a design diagram, and advise architects to always design their projects almost tracing a potential grid. And in a way, this is the first diagram in architectural history, in a way. The first drawing that shows that one of the fundamental tenets of architecture and urban design is to organize a potential infinite expansion of the built environment. And in a way, for us, actually, this diagram shows really the problem of modern architecture, which is actually its expansive logic. And in a way, the grid is one of the fundamental image of that kind of logic. And in a way, our projects, as you will see, always try to reclaim the grid, this ruin of modern architecture, but at the same time counter this logic with something exactly opposite, which is the next image, which is actually the idea of enclosing, the idea of using architecture as a perimeter form. This is a very important image for us. It's one of the, I think, most intense and great project by Le Corbusier is a house near the beach, the Cabanon. And what is interesting, and you see this in this sketch very well, is that Le Corbusier defined actually space by using the perimeter wall as a kind of ordering system, so that everything that has to do with, let's say, activities and function is pushed against the perimeter, and in order to reveal the space as potential in the middle. And for us, this drawing, this sketch, has been always a kind of recurring archetype in all the projects we have done. You will see that basically all the projects are simply an attempt to always repeat this very simple but incredibly intense sketch.
So the first project that we will present, actually the first two projects, in fact, are literally or quintessentially large-scale projects. They are two projects for, in a way, a city or a sort of city. The second is a so-called biotech valley. The first one is a project developed in 2005, in fact, for the master plan, let's say, of the new administrative city in South Korea. These two projects, I would say, they share, in a literal way, what I was just trying to briefly introduce before. The, in a way, capacity of a very specific and finite architectural form to, in fact, govern the development of a large entity as the city. The first project is, in fact, based on, both the projects are based on the idea that how can we design the city not anymore by designing the image or the skyline of the city, but how can we design the city in a way designing the form of the city. So in the case of the first project for the new administrative city of South Korea, a project which is in fact now, I think, even under development, the idea was that the form, the very specific form of the city was the urban room, as it's clearly depicted in this kind of reference, historical reference from the Place Royale in Paris. The urban room, and not anymore the street with the buildings, but the rooms would be in a way the basic form through which entire city would be built. And how we can build this sequence of urban rooms? The sequence of urban rooms are the result, in a way, of one single architectural element, which is what we call the cruciform wall, of which you see a very simple sketch. The cruciform wall was, in fact, an inhabitable wall, which had very specific dimension and proportion of 10-meter thickness and about 30-meter high, which by simply repeating itself on the ground, on the plane where the city was meant to be built, would define this sequence of rooms that are the basic inhabitable space for the formation of the city. By just being itself, the cruciform wall would define a series of a space that could be colonized by eventual city development, and by multiplying itself, as I said, the city would simply define itself over the plane which was available for the land development. This is the plan of the city. The city was, in fact, by just simply the multiplication of this one single element on the side which was available. The site or the city was placed in this large plain crossed by a river and defined on the edge by this circular mountain range, where in fact form or offer a sort of natural boundary to the city development. It was, of course, connected, or the site where the project was to be built was, of course, in close relationship with the intersection of major infrastructural network passing through that part of the country at about 200 kilometers south of Seoul. And the city, the very act of founding and making the city was not to, in fact, start and define the city center, but was to start by defining the edge of the city, so that, in fact, the city had a very clear edge, and from the edge, the city would slowly grow over the years toward the center and not toward the outside. And when, in fact, the plan would have been completed and the, I think, supposed number of inhabitants, which was meant to be between 350,000 and 500,000 would be reached, in fact, the city would be somehow completed and development could only happen on a different size. This is an image of, in fact, the wall seen from the outside, and this is the system of transportation. The city had a very compact and dense, in fact, size. It has, I think, about 1.7 kilometer side, which, in fact, allow people to easily stroll and walk through the sequence of rooms that were available, but nonetheless, they could be facilitated or helped by a system of public transportations that would run on surfaces between the rooms and underground in the form of an underground system. Interesting enough, as I said, the cruciform wall, which was the basic inhabitable structure for the formation of the city, had a thickness or the section of 10 meters and the height of 36 meters, with the idea that all the complexity, uncontrollable complexity of programs that the city would require could mostly be accommodated or what could be accommodated, let's say, in the 10-meter section would be accommodated there, and all what could simply not be accommodated within the section of the meter would simply be placed on the available land that the cruciform wall itself were offering for the formation of the city. So in fact, rooms eventually could become convention center, when a convention center doesn't, of course, fit the thickness of the meter, or become a large square, surrounded by, for example, housing development inside the wall. The second project that we've developed in a way much more recently, last year, is in fact for so-called Bio Valley, in not far from the site of this master plan. And indeed, it was again the brief of the competition was asking for a sort of idea of master plan for the creation of this large development, which would meant to become a sort of mecca of biotech research, industries, production, etc., etc. Again, the goal of the project was how can we, in fact, make a city or propose an idea of the city which is not based on the image of the city, but which is based on the non-iconic appearance of gardens and agricultural field. So the idea of the project was indeed that somehow the image or the form of the city would be the one of two, in fact, natural elements, the agricultural field, which were already existing in the site, and the form of the gardens, which were something that we were proposing as the basic form of the entire project. Of course, such a project, which would be an enormous development, which would become a sort of urban or semi-urban environment, would see the necessity to mediate or to deal with a large number of private and public forces, a large number of different stakeholders. And indeed, what us as architects could propose, confronted with the complexity that such a project would in fact require, was just to define a strategy or a tactic that would be able to in fact be specific enough in its form, but at the same time flexible or generic enough in order to accommodate all the requirements that each of these parties would have over the development of such a large scale development. So in fact, in order to do that, we have, of course, carefully understood what are the necessities of or requirements of the biotech industry or research center, which is in fact pretty different from the high-tech industries, where in fact high-tech can take place more or less anywhere, like in any garage of the Silicon Valley. Biotech require very more specific architectural form and composition, where in fact proximity between researchers, university, and laboratories and production facilities need to be in fact fostered and facilitated, as they are really the main element for the success of such a development. In this sense, the proposal tried to somehow develop an idea which would foster indeed this communication and connection and proximity between these different developments, but at the same time, as I said before, being generic enough to accommodate the different changes that would acquire over the time. Not to lose, on the one hand, the ambition to govern or control the entire development, but at the same time being able to accommodate all the adjustment and changes that such a project would have necessitate. The basic idea of the proposal was, as I said, based on the idea of gardens and agricultural field. Gardens would be defined by buildings which are distributed one parallel to each other, and each garden would define by just being there, each building would be framing the space of each garden. Garden would, of course, not be just a repetition of the same garden, but garden could take multiplicity of form, multiplicity of program, multiplicity of definition, as clearly seen in this diagram. And then the basic non-iconographic representation of the city is based on the alternation of built fabric band make it by building and garden, and the bands of agriculture. The gardens are not to be seen as patios or courtyard, but in fact has or had their archetype in the idea of the belvedere, which is in fact a sort of composition of different plateau or different plane located at different height, which in fact would accommodate the different, the topography, the inclined topography that characterized the large site where the project was to be located, as clearly represented in this plan. The buildings, the different composition that the building and the garden would possibly achieved or acquired. And then in the middle, between the bands of the gardens and the building, the band of the agriculture, where in fact agriculture is not just a sort of a nostalgic embracing of the landscape now present on the site, but would become somehow a fundamental part of the iconography of this proposal by being there and sustaining and supporting the biotech production, by being in a way the place where certain crops would in fact support and be at the service of biotech researches.
Well, actually, the next project, we go back to Europe. Actually, the project I'm going to show you now, it's located in the city of Turin, in Italy. Turin in the 1950s and 60s was the Detroit of Italy, is the seat of the famous car industry Fiat, and of course the passage from Fordism to post-Fordism heated the city quite strongly, not only in terms of, let's say, the figures of occupation and unemployment, but also in terms of identity, in terms of being actually for a very long time the engine of a country and suddenly becoming actually a city with a lot of social, political problems. Turin is still actually the city of let's say, the Fiat, but of course, in recent times, the municipality has tried to transform, let's say, the identity of the city by actually branding, as any other European city right now, Turin as a city of the creative class, which, as you know, is becoming the new mantra of many municipalities to attract young, let's say, entrepreneurs, young students, young workers, who are very cheap in terms of social protection and, let's say, welfare, but extremely productive. So any city actually is trying to attract these people, and trying actually to use them as a way to kind of sometimes gentrified parts of the city that need some kind of economic boost. So the brief of the competition, which actually was basically insisting on this area, this white thing that you see, which is basically the first periphery of the city. This is actually the historical center. Has already a master plan. That was a funny thing, actually. They made a competition for a site that had already a master plan, meaning a program and even a kind of layout. The competition was a competition for young architects. So in a way, the competition was just a way to kind of brand this new development, give to this development a sort of aura of sort of urban laboratory. But when you have read the brief of the competition, you would, this is actually the site, is this kind of area in between two rather defined and compact, let's say, peripheral development of the city. You would realize that you would not even be qualified in the first round of the competition if you wouldn't obey to to the existing master plan, which of course was turning the whole, pretending that this area would be developed in the same way of the existing city, and also basically flooding the area with apartments for families, apartments for rather not affordable housing. And so it's clear that it was a clear example of how housing is still actually proposed around a kind of subject that it's more and more incapable of then affording these parts of the city. So what we did in our project was to do something very polemic that would, first of all, completely counter this idea that housing and working and living are still two separate domains. So we made clear that in the post-Fordist condition, especially in the reality of entrepreneurial work, life and work are becoming more and more blur. And that's, in a way, the city in itself, not just the place of work, either material or immaterial, is a place of production. And in fact, in our project, we decided to, first of all, on one end, to empty out as much as possible the site, to create an urban void, a forest, so to still, let's say, reclaim this void within the city. And then the idea was to densify as much as possible the border around. So this is actually the drawing. And the idea was to, in order to create this void, we had to densify as much as possible these parts. And this densification allows us to completely rechange the standards and the, let's say, rationale of housing development by really claiming this kind of factory, social factory-like city where living and working are basically overlap in the same site. I mean, unfortunately, you cannot see very much from this image, but the idea was to create a kind of horizontal and vertical development which would combine living and working space. So a very intense social condition where people would be able to also self-organize their own way of working. So the more actually you give them space to work, the more they would be independent from wage, which is of course one of the fundamental problems of today's economy, which is actually something we wanted to emphasize with this project, the increasing precarity of work and how space and the availability of space could become a form of welfare for this increasing freelancing precarious worker. So also in terms of typologies, we thought that they had to be completely flexible and not be only about, let's say, apartments. So in some case, the idea of the hotel would be for us very important as a way to counter the and co-sharing, sharing of facilities, sharing of public facilities, as a way to kind of counter the, let's say, inaffordability of real estate housing models. But at the same time, though actually what we proposed was flexible, we also wanted to have a certain monumentality to give to this, let's say, reality a certain recognition, a certain presence that, of course, in a way counter the existing city, which in a way mystify this increasing condition of precarity that characterize the city. In a way create a sort of state of exception within the endless contemporary metropolis. These are just typological studies about the, let's say, overlapping of housing and the more social working space. And so the idea was to have this sort of layer in which living and working becomes almost the same thing. And of course, what is interesting, we projects had no winners. We got this as always happened to this kind of projects, an honorable mention. But actually, we were very happy that the project, in a way, immediately. Openly, publicly question the whole, let's say, agenda of of the project that is going to be developed now. And for us, this public aspect of competitions is very important too, because it's the way through which architecture becomes again polemical and not just a sort of repetition or execution of what the brief is asking for. And we really believe in that. We really believe in this sort of polemic aspect of architecture. The next project is a study we did in the last, let's say, 3 years. What I'm going to show you are just a few images. And in a way, it's a project with the enigmatic title of Simple Art, which focus on a very specific area of Europe, the northwestern metropolitan area, the area in between. It's very difficult to have two screens because you never know where to look to. It's very disorienting. Anyway, the area actually is between Belgium, Holland, Germany, and England. The most cliché, banal way to talk about this area is that it has the biggest concentration infrastructure of the world, the biggest concentration of cities, the biggest concentration of university campuses. And of course, it's more and more merging as a one urban metropolis, where in fact people commute from Antwerpen to London, from London to Amsterdam, from Amsterdam to Brussels daily. Actually, I have to say, I'm part of that kind of subject. And in fact, you have this increasing, let's say, policy of small airports with low-cost flights. So there is really a project to economically merge this region as a kind of productive region. At the same time, a paradox that characterizes this region is the increasing importance of university and research and knowledge as a fundamental, let's say, economic, role of this area, and a fundamental attack on anything that has to do with public funding to university. So on one hand, this reality is both the resource, the wealth of this region, but is also what capital now is trying to enclose, to, let's say, reduce to a regime of scarcity, starting from very basic things, like, for example, abolishing student housing, telling to students that they have to live with their parents, so that they don't have to, let's say, move around too much. So every little city in this region has a little campus. Of course, privatizing anything that has to do with culture and knowledge. And of course, creating a sort of entrepreneurial understanding of education, where, of course, competition becomes a fundamental, let's say, goal. So as a student, you don't have to learn, you don't have to simply, let's say, acquire knowledge, but you have to be able to compete, to fight with your, let's say, colleagues to get the best. And of course, this condition is creating a rather dystopian social, let's say, scenario in which we don't have any more students, we have young entrepreneurs who are ready to become precarious workers later on. They have that, DNA from the beginning. And so Simple Art, the project that we had proposed, is a sort of, if you want, polemical answer to this condition by reclaiming actually the university campus as a, let's say, not just as an educational model, but also as a fundamental urban, let's say, regeneration for cities, especially now in times of recessions, in which actually basic income for students becomes a fundamental priority in the form of housing. The project is very simple. It's consists, of course, it addresses this area and especially the infrastructure that links all the cities that form this region, which is basically a ring that goes around cities like Cologne, Brussels, and Amsterdam. So you can see it here in this diagram. So the idea that this ring would be a gigantic campus, and every city would have a sort of concentrated hub, which would be densified by an inflation of student housing would reclaim actually the areas, especially tertiary districts, which are now actually very much vacant, as a sort of learning social palaces where students would not just belong to university, but belong to a city, and the city would become the university in a way. So the project is very simple. It's one courtyard building of 800 meters by 800 meters, made of simply student housing. So you can see here actually the project. There's nothing really, I would say, exceptional about the project, if not just that what it contains, which is basically the city itself. So in a way, this presence of students as, in a way, the 21st century, and researchers and professors, as the 21st century sort of exploited class, would again reclaim the city, also because they represent, in a way, the economic engine of this part of the world, and that's for me the most painful paradox. In a way, these people are very important for the economy, but they are constantly, let's say, dismantled in their fundamental, let's say, social institutions. And actually, for me, what the most guilty actor in this paradox are unions, because unions are still, at least in these regions of Europe, are still actually in love with the traditional figures of labor movements, factory workers or white-collar workers, and they don't see actually freelance workers, students, as a new emerging class, which in fact is completely unrepresented, is completely ideologically, politically, culturally not able to come together as a movement in order to not make, of course, a revolution, but to simply claim their rights. To have an affordable city, a city where, in fact, knowledge becomes a fundamental, not only form of production, but also possibility of solidarity. So that's what the project is about. The project tried to basically create this kind of hubs in all the cities around this railway network. So I will just go through the city: Dordrecht, Utrecht, Rotterdam, Den Haag, Antwerp, Brussels, Liège, Leuven, Eindhoven, Köln, Düsseldorf, Mechelen, Aachen, Roosendaal, Duisburg, Delft, Ghent, and Amsterdam. So at first, the first things to be realized is this perimeter wall, which would eventually extend towards the city with a series of, let's say, working, studying spaces, which then would melt with the existing buildings of the city, which then would be reclaimed as a vast indoor space, which would have basically would impose to the city a new scale, which is basically the scale of contemporary production, which is a scale that, of course, transcends buildings, the space in between buildings, and but at the same time require a new representation. So the last project, if you still have some stamina to bear this, it's a project that we did at the Berlage Institute with students. And it's a project within a much larger research, which Martin already was mentioning before, which concerned the relationship between labor and architecture. And of course, the case study we took as an example of this is the city of Athens. First of all, I think it's very important to again rehearse the passage from Fordism to post-Fordism in terms of really of the main figure of this passage, which is basically the transformations of labor. Fordism, this is actually more kind of pre-Fordist image, work was mostly silent and completely governed by machines. So in a way, the Fordist workers was simply being exploited through its physical, let's say, efforts. Post-Fordist work is different because machines, in a way, are much more mobile. Work is no longer contained within specific spaces, like, for example, factories or offices, and labor becomes socialized to the extent that, in a way, we produce almost everywhere, and all the gadgets and machines we use in order to work, in a way, maximize that kind of condition. But the very interesting things about the history of labor, the transformations of labor, is not to look labor through, let's say, the traditional working spaces, but through housing. Because the invention of housing, and especially social housing, raise at the moment labor and production becomes the fundamental, let's say, means of development for a city around actually the 15th and 16th century. So when actually to keep workers within the city becomes crucial, then housing as a sort of social contract becomes a fundamental project for architecture. This is actually again Sebastiano Serlio, the person I mentioned before. This is a project from the 6th book on domestic architecture. Is the project for a very ironical project, in a way, a house for a poor peasant. So, and what is interesting is that while Serlio is proposing a scheme for the realization of this rather humble, almost poor project, he makes clear that this house has to be self-built by the worker himself. And in a way, it shows actually the paradox of architecture, that architecture is not just something that imply, let's say, a top-down project, but very often architecture, in a way, imply also the inclusion of the subject in the process of development of the city, as this actually this little scheme makes clear. And of course, through the 17th, 18th, 19th century, housing becomes more and more an instrument to govern labor power, to give to labor power not just a space of production, but also a space of reproduction. Lemué and his, let's say, building typologies for all classes. But of course, housing means also property. And one of the fundamental ways in which workers have been co-opted in order to form a rather cohesive social body is to involve their household in the means of their production and reproduction. And I think this is the best example of that, is Haussmann project for Paris, which was not only about boulevards, but also about the extreme radical fragmentation of the city into small properties, so that every inhabitant of the city would be an owner and therefore would be strongly tied to the, let's say, biopolitical control of the city. Of course, in the 20th century, when labor movements were able to take power in certain cities like Vienna, there was a reaction against that idea of houses as property values. And I think the Vienna Hof is one of the best examples. And in fact, something that is very important about the Vienna Hof is that these projects are not really important in terms of housing typologies, and that's the reason why they were always rejected by modern progressive architectural histories like Gideon or Pevsner, but they were very important for their monumentality and the internal public common spaces, which of course were meant to emphasize the idea of class solidarity against individual dwelling and comfort. And I think the Karl Marx Hof perhaps is one of the most interesting examples. At the same time, another consequence of the rise of labor as a fundamental system of control of cities is also visible in projects like this one, which is the Chicago Tribune entry by Ludwig Hilberseimer, where in fact the continuous transformations of labor and its organization implied an architecture that is almost empty. Architecture has to be empty, has to be as neutral as possible, because not only labor more and more relies on genetic faculties of the human animal, from physical movements to the faculty of language, but also this process through which labor is organized changed so much, changed so fast that architecture has to simply contain in the most simple way these transformations. And in a way, Hilbersheimer's work is one of the most crude and radical representation of that condition. And of course, another fundamental transformation of labor, especially in post-Fordist time, is that also leisure, cultural activities, everything that has to do with so-called extra time becomes actually forms of production. And I think the best example of that is Cedric Price's Fun Palace, which he developed in the 1960s. And Price was one of the first to realize that already at that time, leisure time and, let's say, extra work activities had developed to such a scale and extent that were more and more becoming, let's say, forms of production. And in a way, the Fun Palace was a sort of project that would transform leisure activities into really a factory of, let's say, cultural and more leisure, let's say, oriented situations. But for me, actually, the most radical example of how housing becomes a means of production and reproduction is this project by Le Corbusier, the Maison Domino. Because actually, not only Le Corbusier proposed this project for, let's say, housing as much people as possible in the most simple way, but he actually, like Serlio, designed a very simple system of construction which would be easy to be realized by low-skill, let's say, workers. And therefore, what is interesting about the Domino model is that it's not just a place, it's not just a sort of architecture that is given by the state, but it's an architecture that can be self-built by the inhabitants of the city themselves, by the workers. And that's actually the best introduction to Athens and to the problem of Athens, especially the problem of Athens right now, because this model, the complete, let's say, informality of urban development through actually the definition of one very simple prototype that can be realized in different ways was precisely the way the city of Athens has been developed in the last 40 years. Actually, I would say even 55 years. As you might know, Athens, after the Second World War, had one of the most violent and cruel civil war in post-war Europe. And one of the policy of the government after the end of the Civil War, which of course was a very important event within Cold War equilibriums, was to ensure that Athens would not become an industrial city. So the idea was to not have, within the city of Athens, big concentration of workers. How that, let's say, project was engineered is very interesting. It was by making building industry the most important economic engine of development, but in a very specific way, by avoiding as much as possible social housing, because that would imply a sort of welfare state policy, to allow all the inhabitants of the city to self-build their house by detaxing everything, so making everything completely liberalized, so that everybody would not only build their house, but they would also use their house as a renting device. And that's actually why the Domino model becomes very instrumental, because it has that kind of flexibility. But at the same time, the city of Athens became this sort of lava of small-scale properties with no whatsoever public space. I mean, in a way, the city, in terms of urban form, could survive thanks to the incredible topography that still contain the city and, of course, its ancient monuments, which are anchoring this rather lavish sort of development, made of small properties, where everything is fragmented, everything is reduced to the scale of the single development, no public space, but also this sort of detax process, the antiparochie, which actually created this sort of total liberal laissez-faire process induced the inhabitants to simply develop their own wealth around this sort of renting system, which of course is one of the main reasons of the biggest of the crisis that happened right now in Greece. The fact that the whole economy was developed on a kind of parasitic model based on housing. So what we did as a project was very simple. First, we decided to redraw in simple axonometry the whole city center of Athens. And by redrawing completely, try to understand how this process, which was biopolitical, became actually architecture. And we realized something very interesting, that these small properties, this extreme fragmentation, is right now producing a lot of vacant buildings, not because people they don't need housing, but simply because these houses are too inflexible, too small, due to the fragmentation of properties that do not allow this flexibility that this model in a way was promising. So our project was to not make a large-scale scheme like you see in the previous project, was to change completely our strategy, to actually work on the archetype itself, the polykatekia, this building that you have seen before, and trying actually with very small actions, like recomposition of the city block, reclaiming of the courtyard in between buildings, which is now a dump, let's say, the making of public of one of those small properties that is vacant, and also rely on demolition, because there are a lot of buildings that are completely, not only vacant, but totally abandoned by their owners, as a sort of common space. A space that is neither public nor private, but it's actually owned by the community that lives in that particular area where that intervention is made. So what we proposed was simply a series of solutions, and I will only show you very briefly 3, to counter this sort of fragmentation, but at the same time to emerge these projects out of the scale of the city. So the first one is, for example, trying to rethink the block as a sort of more cohesive entity, to demolish step by step all the buildings that today are literally abandoned by their clients, to build on top, instead of them, more dense, let's say, urban housing, which has much more co-sharing facilities, so that allow people to not just buy an apartment, which they cannot afford anymore, but something that is an apartment, but with facilities that are shared by the inhabitants, like, for example, the garden in between. And to reclaim, actually, the idea of the block as a sort of community space, which, in fact, interrupt this sort of lavish development of the city. And would actually create this kind of stoppage that would emerge again a sort of idea of community within this sort of total fragmentation of the contemporary Athens. Or, for example, in this project, the idea is to reclaim the courtyard of the buildings as a sort of social space where people can not only have an extension of their house, but can also have a working space. Actually, many of young entrepreneurs or freelance workers in Athens cannot afford anymore a space to work. So the idea is to have that space within the house itself as a sort of courtyard that allow them to actually work together and to actually form a much more cohesive urban entity. These actually are the projects, how they eventually would proliferate through the city of Athens. And of course, a project like this would imply a different approach to, a different political approach to the city, where perhaps unions would not only focus on workers working in their working place, but as citizens, as belonging to the city at large, and especially where housing becomes a fundamental right, let's say, to citizenship, and not abstract values like belonging to a nation or belonging to this or belonging to that. And in a way, the project really reclaimed that kind of reality. For example, why not to think the ground floor of a city block as a space for sharing activities, working activities. In Athens, this is actually very possible because most of the ground floor space is unused, is used as actually as a deposit, something that can be, let's say, outsourced to the city outside. So in this particular project, the idea is to demolish all the separations between buildings and to reclaim this as a sort of podium that can be used as a kind of social working space for, let's say, the city around. And that in a way can also reveal the architecture of the city itself, I mean, as an infrastructure and not just as a kind of agglomeration of properties. And finally, the last project is very simple. Most of these projects actually work through demolition by trying actually to demolish all those, let's say, walls and partitions that are still the ruins of this obsession about property and trying to reintroduce within the separation between public and private an idea of the common. Like, for example, in this building, which is completely abandoned, so the idea would be to destroy all the partitions and to reclaim it as a sort of community building where, in fact, in the very dense city of Athens would give a relief to the people and give them a sort of space to, again, think again the city not just as a place of inhabitation, but also as a place of sharing and perhaps as a place of political solidarity. But of course, this is not something that architecture can resolve. This is a political problem. Thanks.
So, now it's time for the third panel discussion, which will be about what we've heard, the small-scale projects, but also more large-scale architecture, which is a bit in contrast the one to the other, but still have a lot of things in common, I think. We have Catherine, and we have Catherine Bohm from Public Works from London, and you just heard Pier Vittorio Aurelia and Martino Tatara. So, and you are more than welcome in the audience to ask questions. You just like raise your hand, and I'll give the word to you. So I start with a question for you, Catherine. Today, before you came, we've talked about both the Swedish post-war housing, the Miljonprogrammet, which is in much need of renovation, But we also discussed how we can, with small individual architecture and art projects, can make these neighborhoods better. But what do you think? How much can these small-scale projects actually help?
Whom?
Yeah, help in the. I mean, helping in the areas, helping to make life better for people in these areas.
I find this contrast amazing, and I'm wondering how much I can hold back, and you can hold back, but we're going to be polite. Maybe not. Our projects are not to help. Is the mic on? Yeah. Our projects are not to help. Our projects come out of a certain concern in our practice, which is either art or architecture. It's about public space. It's about ownership. It's about who is using this. And it's about how much are buildings solutions to certain problems. So they're not about help. They're about supporting public life and public space as is and coming with interventions or small designs to further and nurture it. But they're not meant as helping projects. They're not, yeah. I think they come from this quite political claim that public space should remain multi-authored, multi-programmed, complex. It should remain a place for production rather than just consumption. But mainly it should be a place over which a lot of different residents feel ownership. And that's where our projects are placed.
Do you have anything to say on this?
I agree.
Pierre,
I
you
agree.
Yes, you agree too. Okay. What do you think? Do you also think that individual projects could help the cities? You're talking about building this big modules, entities for living in Athens, for example.
Yes, well, they are not big actually, because they are at the scale of the particular problem. I mean, I think that's, as Martino said before, you know, when we talk about large scale, it's not necessarily something about big buildings or big developments. And of course, that's actually a scale in the size that we have usually approached in our projects, but it was not kind of ideological in the sense that, you know, we believe that only if you do this kind of, you work at that scale is you make something good. We thought that for some reason in the last 30 years, actually, architects have completely abandoned that scale. And that scale is mostly today, it exists. It has a different, of course, image than ours. And it's the domain of very obscure forms of development, which, thanks to this sort of unclarity, they more and more occupy these territories. So I think that's, for me, both projects like those shown by Catherine or our projects are attempt to deal with that legacy. And I don't see actually one excluding the other. I really want to say that because otherwise the discussion becomes a kind of ideological, unproductive discussion about when, you know, what is actually the approach. Of course, each approach is different, but I think the problem is the same, which is basically the dealing with a space that is more and more, like say, the ruins left behind the welfare state, which used to be very strong and able to maintain these spaces, now has withdrawn. Let's say since the last 30 years, this process in Europe is very painful because we are so much used to that kind of social protection. And you know, I think as well, the architects, the generation of the 90s, you know, the architects that today have become the so-called archistars were all about, you know, making the nicest sushi bar for the city. I mean, today, of course, we are faced with different problems, which is how to actually take care, let's say, or being sometimes even critical towards these kind of ruins. How to actually make them meaningful places and not just kind of spaces where the only thing that provoke life and social interactions are the usual programs and regenerative strategies that we all know, that have destroyed basically the cities in the last 20 years, and of which gentrification is one of the most perhaps critical aspects.
And I would even add that despite the differences indeed in scale for sure, but that there is when Catherine say that they're not there to help, in a way it's like when we present, for example, especially like our research for simple heart, it's not there to help, it's there to make a certain condition explicit and to in a way envision possible way to proceed against the condition that in fact now is latent and that it needs recognition. So in fact I think that within different strategy, within the different tools that maybe the work that has been shown before and the work that we have shown, in a way we share this way that in a way to proceed or to think of a kind of further development and solution of the problem. We have to first of all recognize and acknowledge what the condition that we are in fact living, which could be the problem of a neighborhood, it could be a problem of in fact our working condition and labor in the city.
Catherine? Sorry, just your shoe. I kind of agree there's similarities, but I think it would be nice to also maybe concentrate on the clash we are having here. Because obviously I'm very resistant to a certain kind of formal illustration. If it's pamphletic, I'm fine. If it's really a proposal for a city, I get quite itchy. For very many different reasons. I think what could be a common denominator or a common term to talk about is the idea of ownership and economy, which in our projects is quite specific because we deal with public space that's in the priority of cases still publicly owned. So it's less about the ownership of real estate, it's more about a kind of mental ownership of the public space you share with others. It's that kind of claim of ownership. But when I look at any of your projects, of course, the concept of economy in a city real estate development suddenly springs to mind. And that's so little mentioned that I wonder how transformative they actually can be if they don't tackle quite fundamental issues of redistributing real estate within cities.
Well, I think it's very important because one of the fundamental, let's say, tactics of the neoliberal city is first of all to make everything informal, so that anybody has to help him or herself. So you don't have any more excuses for large institutions to take care of inhabitants. So there is a kind of Darwinian process through which inhabitants are assigned this role of creating their own space. And of course, this is all nice. It's a very romantic idea, but behind this, of course, there are strategies to make everything precarious, everything's temporary, everything in a way always on the verge of moving or disappearing, and to in a way create a kind of participatory scenario in which citizens themselves construct that kind of, for me, very dystopian scenario. And that's actually where I would be a bit critical about this participatory model. I think it's very important, and I understand the reasons behind, because in a way it's true that without actually citizens being participants in this process, it's very difficult to actually achieve a meaningful space, urban space. But at the same time, we have to realize that today, more and more, for example, real estate corporations are really engaging these artists, performances, to actually create this kind of conditions in which citizens create this sort of urban life, which then afterwards is parasite to gentrify entire parts of the city. And that's actually where we're a bit critical. First of all, by countering the de-inflation process. The inflation process is one of the fundamental policy of neoliberalism, which consists in creating scarcity of everything. So you don't have any more social housing, you don't have any more social public space, and one of the rhetoric behind this scarcity is that it's too much. It doesn't serve anybody, it's empty. But of course, one of the reasons why, in the welfare state there was a lot of housing, a lot of development, was to create a certain regime of abundance so that you would not depend on these resources. So for me, in our case, actually, our economic, if you want, framework is to rethink an idea of welfare, if you want, no longer actually centered on the state, but on housing unions or housing municipalities, which would, in a way, control the way real estate constantly create this kind of regime of scarcity in the urban space. And I think that the large scale is an instrument to, in a way, provoke and to create the awareness that these problems are not only happening on the, let's say, micro scale of one building or one institution, but it's a problem that is actually occurring through the whole city.
I think we have a question in the audience. First one over there.
Okay, I think it was really interesting to listen to both of you. But my question was regarding what you started to touch upon now about the role of the state, because I think that's really the big question here. I mean, who is to, in your dogmas proposals, who is to execute this? And you say housing unions or housing municipalities, or some form of, because I would imagine that, I mean, we don't see so much signs of new strong nation states or welfare states, so it must appear in some other new form, I suppose. But do you see, I mean, you mentioned then housing municipalities. Do you see any signs of these new form of welfare regimes appearing? I would be very interested in hearing more about that.
Well, actually, yes and no, in the sense that I think it will be a very long process. It will take the same time the early industrial unions actually took form. And as you know, there's been a very long process before the first unions were able to have a rather strong power to force government to build social housing or other social services. And I think we will have something like that also now. I think there are signs of that. For example, there are a lot of debates among economists about this issue of basic income that in a way, since life and production have become basically the same, we produce the moment we even socially interact or we even open our internet, whatever. This, for example, policy, which in times of recession is even embraced by moderate economists, can actually become a new form of welfare, not in the form of wage, which was actually the tradition of a welfare policy, like Keynesian welfare policies, but in the form of affordable and working and living space. And many of the demonstrations that we see happening around the world are demanding exactly that. They are not making abstract, demands like we want to make a revolution. We want to have affordable housing. We want to have affordable office to work. I don't want to depend on the rent I have to pay for my office or for my house, and then I'm forced to do only certain kind of works, like as architects. And I think this awareness today is very strong, is very present, but what is missing is a sort of political recognition of that, or a political organization of that, and that's the problem. And I think we are going through this purgatory, if you want, of representational politics, representational democracy, which has become more and more evident to everybody that is a kind of farce. But I think this sort of new metropolitan metropolitan unionism is something that for me is very important to develop, starting actually also from ideas, from scenarios, from something that maybe is not yet, so elaborate in terms of economic and political policies, but it's very important in terms of ideologies, in terms of values, in terms of, in a way, start to think about that sort of possibility.
I think my response would be a bit more practical, maybe. From my experience, the issues of ownership, or from what I know, are still so linked to the different nation states. And claims for social housing, cooperative living, the reality of them so much depends on the regulated or unregulated market of each country. So I think for me, this is still an area where it's actually very interesting to look at national differences, what's possible in which country, why do certain alternative systems develop in certain countries and not in others, and what's then the potential. I mean, I don't understand the Swedish situation, but obviously if most social housing is still publicly owned, that sets a completely different condition to be political about it than the UK, where it's a completely unregulated housing market. The state has basically no power anymore to implement or enforce any kind of action. The private or collective union-like action is very limited as well. It's much stronger in places like I know in Berlin, where it's very possible to set up relatively large-scale collective housing schemes. So for me, this issue of economy claiming and reclaiming is still very much linked to the national differences, unless we want to have a neoliberal system where we kind of unregulate everything and create the same condition for everyone.
But for me, actually, I mean, yes, of course, but at the same time, I really have doubts about this faith in the public, to be honest. I'm increasingly disbelieving in the idea of the public, because we see that the public, even in very well established, where it's very well established, it's more and more kidnapped by private interest. So in fact, when you talk with developers, and you mention public space, they are more than happy to have public space, because they know that public space today is a fundamental means to raise income of certain areas, to create social cultural activities. So more and more public space becomes the strongest ally of any sort of private interest. And that's actually why in our projects we propose this idea of the common. Because the common, first of all, it's no longer, is transcending the difference between public and private, makes clear that when we talk about production, it's a social production which can totally destroy any attempt to separate between public and private. And in a way also goes beyond the, let's say, traditional distinctions, universals versus individual, and reclaim actually the fact that, the city it's artificially constructed and therefore require this kind of social cooperation, which cannot be fragmented or enclosed in this public versus private, because we know that public today is the way private development is performed. So I would counter that faith in the public with that we have to understand the common is more and more a much more politically useful category to understand this new dimension of production, and therefore a dimension through which to invent new forms of welfare.
So we have one more question over there in the corner. You? Yes. Just raise your hand.
Yes, my name is Toris Arrhenius. I'm from the School of Architecture in Oslo. And first I want to, the question is to Dogma, to Pier Vittore and Martino. I've been very curious of your work for a long time, and it was a pleasure to see the lecture. And my way of understanding your work is very much that it's a kind of fundamental critique of liberal planning. Yes. And therefore I was very specifically interested in one issue about how you said in the project in Korea, in South Korea, about trying to avoid the kind of icon building. And in that sense, I should be really interested to hear more about as that kind of critique and avoid the icon, how you, in your own work with very strong imagery in some way. So a comment around that should be really interesting. Also, I mean, in one way we can see, I understand your work in some way that you try to back all the way back before Gideon proposes kind of a need for new monumentality. And in the same way, you also work with monumentality in your works.
Well, I start. Maybe I think it's indeed a topic or an issue that we cross our work. The first project of Korea was from 2005, and I mean, the last project that we showed were a few months ago. So it's in something that I think also we have evolved, or that we in a way change also our understanding or the means through which to address the same in a way issue. I think in the case of Korea it was in a way very explicit in the sense that we somehow proposed an architecture which was without attributes. I mean, opposing the idea of the landscape or the icons in the city, as it was, it became indeed the idea of a cruciform wall, which in fact lacks any attribute, and that's why it was, in fact, even the picture does a kind of white blank wall, because it could be anything in a way. What it was interesting at the time was, in fact, what that space, what that element would offer or generate in the city. In the case of the second project of Korea, it became a very different things, which I think it's also reflect part of our work, where in fact it was not about, it was about this finding an iconography which was on the let's say interplay or on the juxtaposition or composition between in fact built fabric and landscape. Where in fact landscape, the iconography of landscape of agriculture, for example, was recognized as a much more interesting element through which in fact to build a possible image of the city. So I think that, and I think we could make many other examples in which the same topic has been tackled in different ways. I think even in the work done with the student, in the case of Athens, there is a certain simplicity, I would say, or in a way, iconography which is more based on the experience, I would say, of this space, of the ground floor, of the patios, which is something that, okay, they are all different in a way through the same topic has been in a way developed in our work.
Yeah, but I think your question is crucial because, first of all, I have to say our work is full of contradictions. So I'm the first to be very honest about that because we don't pretend our work to be a kind of solution or it's a work in progress, you know, full of attempts, which sometimes are some are more positive than others, and that's one thing. The second thing is that I think the iconic, the image, it's an unavoidable dimension for architecture. I mean, today actually you see many architects, or especially young architects, trying to go beyond the image. But for me that's impossible because, especially within a post-Fordist economy, images affect perceptions, are fundamental actually critical tool to basically that ties everything together. So we really want to work critically on that realm of the image, of the construction of, if you want, also certain iconicity of the city. So I don't disregard this aspect. Of course, neoliberalism has produced a very specific language which for me has nothing to do with monumentality, has more to do with branding, where in fact the whole idea is that you exacerbate as much as possible the individual aura of, let's say, buildings, which of course represent the individual aura of the corporations that own them. And our attempt is to develop a form of monumentality which I would define, I mean, quoting the Italian philosopher Paolo Virno, a uniqueness without aura. Something that is, of course, exceptional, monumental, but that monumentality should only want something, the common generic ethos of the contemporary city. And in a way, that's actually why I'm talking about contradictions, because that's a fundamental contradiction in our own understanding of iconicity and monumentality.
Can I? Sorry. Because obviously every kind of monumental format of architecture has in the past been used to introduce and represent political ideologies. That's in everybody's head. That's a very strong image. Everything monumental is normally a repressive political system. How do you get this out of people's head?
Well, I don't believe in that. I think that, first of all, yes, of course, architecture, not only monuments, but architecture itself has been, from its formation as a discipline, an instrument of political, let's say, struggle, political control from, constituent powers. No question about that, not only monumentality, but the very actually existence of architecture as a discipline, the very practice of architecture has been always instrumentalized by that kind of premises. But that doesn't mean that that kind of premises cannot be twisted in order to introduce other values. And I think that, we show this project about Vienna because for me it's one of the rare examples in which a constituent class had the chance to build their own city and to reinvent the idea of monumentality, no longer as an expression of a particular institution, but really an expression of a class. And that's for me actually as an example that shown how monumentality is not necessarily something that has to be repressive, could be also very emancipatory. And we strongly believe in the emancipatory possibility of a monument.
So I think we have 3 more questions, and to be ready in time, we're already a bit past our deadline here, but to answer all of them, we have to keep the answers a little bit short. But yeah, it's first you.
So my question goes to Dogma, and thank you very much for the presentation. I think we share our opinions, but the question from Oslo, it's sort of my issue as well. And you said image is an unavoidable dimension of architecture. I think we all agree about this, basically. Still, I'm interested because you produce a kind of personal imagery, which in a way corresponds with exactly the images that the strong welfare states of the 20th century sort of already produced once. So I recognize the aesthetics of Corbusier, which you picked up, developed, and now produces one again. I like this in a way. My question is, what might your strategy be with this aesthetic reference?
Well, I don't agree with you, actually. Maybe, of course, I mean, you can make your interpretation, it's fine. But I don't agree, actually. Actually, one of the, I mean, I don't know, maybe it's something we never openly discussed with Martino, but so I will tell you my own interpretation of our work. But actually, one of the biggest reference for to be very specific of our images are the work of the Düsseldorf School. I think photography has been very important for us. People like Thomas Struth or Joachim Brom or even the early Andreas Garski, which actually were the first to map and photograph the emerging post-Fordist city. And actually what is very interesting about their work is that on one hand they describe the city, but they also create this kind of distance, which is very much expressed with their flatness. And actually that has been always our own way of looking to the city. So I think, well, of course, Mies is very important, but I don't think our images have anything to do with that work. Also, the welfare state was much more about open plan, infinite development. Well, actually, if you see Brasilia, which of course is a modernist project, but what is peculiar about the Superquadra is that it's a very enclosed space. Actually, we are very interested in that kind of archetype, which we think was not the archetype of the welfare state city, which, as you see here in Stockholm, in Sweden, was much more about openness, which was a certain faith that was a state, behind. Well, since the state is no longer there, I mean, you have to enclose things. You have to create a different horizon for the city. And that's actually what we are trying to do with our work.
Still, I think you have this effect when you're sort of staying in contact with architects. I think we are very capable of sort of communicating on this level. Communicating with other groups, I think my analysis is one very possibility, so to say, and that's my question.
And we have one question over here.
Yes. It goes a bit in line with Nilsson's question, and I would also just like to draw a line a bit between the sort of theme of the conference today and the presentation by Dogma. And it's really interesting to to follow the sort of catalog of Dogma's work in terms of archetypes. And it's, I mean, I think it's very stimulating for an architect to look at that kind of analysis of the city in a historical context. I mean, I also know that, I mean, you looked at the Roman streets and Place de Vosges and now Karl Marx Hof and also Hilbersheimer, and looking for these sort of catalog of archetypes. And just kind of relating back to, I mean, the work that we're kind of confronting in today's conference is then what we said is the heritage of the welfare state. And it's the heritage of large, one could definitely call them kind of archetypes. And it's also just interesting to see your lecture in the light of this. And you also talk about the new production of spaces and new production of labor, for example, and the sort of capacity in your projects of creating sort of flexible and adaptive structures. That's how I read your interpretation. And that's also something that we have kind of talked about today in the conference. I mean, the heritage of, if we call them, large archetypes, and so the possible change and adaptation to a contemporary sort of political and labor life. And I mean, my question is not clear, but rather just kind of to bring up the topic of what would you say? I mean, in your work, would it be sort of tempting to look at the heritage of for example, the areas that we are confronting in Sweden and Europe?
Actually, when I started to study architecture, of course, Stockholm was the first chapter of the urbanism class, and it was presented to us as the utmost achievement of the welfare state, and the only moment where really urban design had a very effective consequences on the city. Actually, for Italy, Sweden, urbanism was really an example for many urban projects which were done between the 1950s and 1960s. So in a way, that was for us really the basis of our education. But actually, the irony of that was that we were students in the 90s, where actually that legacy was destroyed de facto in the city around us. And of course, we had a much more inefficient welfare state than Sweden. But still, it was really dismantled, literally, piece by piece. And of course, for us, the challenge has been always how to reclaim something that, of course, can no longer relying on that particular, let's say, political project. Also, we learned to not idealize too much the welfare state, because we shouldn't forget that, and Sven-Olof Wallenstein actually explained it to us that quite clearly, welfare state was a way to produce a population of consumers. So when we talk about consumerism, we have to understand consumerism is not a product of the neoliberal, let's say, city, but is a product of the welfare state. And in a way, that's why welfare state should not be totally idealized and seen as a kind of, but in a way, for sure, our projects have to do with trying to reclaim some sort of counter-project to the dismantling of the welfare state. And in fact, if there is an echo of the welfare state in our project, it always appears as a ruin. I think ruins are really important in architecture and in the city, because are, of course, often the end of something. But as we know from history, Rome, I mean, the city where I come from, is a good example. It's also the beginning of something else. So I really believe that we should look to the ruins of the welfare state, not just as the end of something of the 20th century, but also as the possible beginning of something that would come after the neoliberal city. And I think the scale, it's a very important clue for that new beginning. That's why I'm really, really critical of these strategies which try to actually infiltrate those large-scale development with all like kind of small activities or small properties that completely destroy the sense of scale of these spaces. I think we should make these spaces much more flexible, much more operative within post-Fordist ways of production, but we should also maintain the scale, because that scale has a political meaning, which is, of course, exactly what the fragmentation of the neoliberal city is right now attacking in a very strong way.
Well, there we have. Is it fine? Okay. You have a small final question. Yeah.
There's sort of a green elephant in the room, and I just want to put it out here. What is your idea around sustainable densification? Sorry, I have to ask this question.
I really, in all conferences, lectures, I have a kind of, I put a constraint. I don't have to mention the word sustainability, because I think that is a Trojan horse of all kind of controversial interest. Of course, it's very important. I mean, no question that we have to, be very responsible toward resources.
Wait, hold on.
And
I
that.
said sustainable
but I mean,
densification.
you know how today this issue is completely trivialized, and so I don't mention. I'm not interested in sustainability. Let's put it this way. I'm sorry.
You're designing garden cities with agriculture attached.
Yes, but
I mean, how can you not honestly talk about sustainability? Food miles, who is producing the food. Why don't you want to use the word then? Because everybody's going to look at those images and think this green elephant question.
No, but sorry.
And like by saying this is a formal proposal, sorry, I just don't get it.
Well, actually, I don't think, agriculture exists since the beginning of man. So, and, this issue of sustainability, first of all, reinforced this idea of scarcity, which I was mentioning before, which I found one of the biggest problems in contemporary urbanism. We have to survive. I hate this kind of, idea of sustainability, because it just induces us that we have to survive and not actually have a meaningful life. To live is not just about surviving. It's about having something more than just surviving. And what I don't like about the issue of sustainability and all the architecture that is produced under this rubric, what I call Birkenstock architecture, I hate it, because it's just reducing man to its bios, not to his capacity to survive. I'm really against these values.
What do you do with the people you want to live in your buildings? What if they like Birkenstock? They're not allowed to live there?
Well, actually, yes. I think that I don't think the city should be. I really don't believe in this idea as something that people has to embrace or. I mean, the city is not necessarily a nice place. It's a place that has a meaning, has a structure, that allow habitations, but also allow people to either accept or refuse something.
But the way you describe your proposals is assuming that whoever is going to live there is going to embrace them by occupying those spaces, by strolling through those gardens. You're assuming that your future users are not wearing Birkenstocks and like your architecture. That's what I find really irritating. There's no consideration of what if not, what if it doesn't work,
Well,
what if no one wants a garden? You're going to pay a gardener to make it look like a garden?
No, I think that is evident by the fact that the images and the project is not selling that argument. That argument is actually a wish or an idea of the project, but we are not actually selling this thing as a kind of solution. I mean, I don't think that is the main issue of our projects. Our projects is just to provide edges, no? Whether it's agriculture or something else, of course, is important. I believe. I mean, for example, I believe that agriculture is a very important aspect to structure a city, but not in a kind of sustainable. Because agriculture, since centuries, has been one of the most incredible tools to create urban form. And that's actually what I found interesting. Not in the fetish of agriculture, agriculture is an urban form that allows the city to have a clear, let's say, legibility. That's actually where we are interested in using agriculture, also in other projects we have done recently, as a tool. But I'm not interested in the fetish of agriculture. I'm not interested in the image of agriculture as a kind of compensation for the inhabitants. It's a possibility. If they want it, fine. If they don't want it, something else will appear there. That's not the way we design. We don't design the desires of people. We design architecture. If people accept or don't accept this, it's another issue. And so our projects are not trying to make everything better, everything more beautiful, are just instrumental to a possibility. That's it.
So, I think that will be the end of this very interesting discussion. I will thank you all, Catherine, Per, and Martino. And I think also that Ola will say a few words before we all leave.
I will not say much. Tack så mycket, för särskilt ni som orkade stanna kvar här till slutet. Alltså, det var jättefullt och så blev det lite mindre och lite mindre. Men jag vill egentligen bara avsluta och tacka för dagen och säga att det finns ju också kvar eftersom det har filmats här idag. Kommer ni ihåg? Och så vill jag tacka Julia förstås för att du har varit med och hållit ihop hela arrangemanget. Tack!